Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. We're going to get right into the queue with the first submission from Moyako, who submitted this maker code, and I assume that the submission is going to be this newest level that we have not played yet, Crouch Mario Challenges. And as usual, we'll be using our mind and our reflexes in this sequel to Slide Ice Castle, which is a much earlier level that we have previously cleared. Let's get in there and take a look. Okay, Crouch Mario Challenges. It looks like we will be forced to get a mushroom, and from that point on we just have to tap our way over while crouched. Interesting. Here we slide, and then we do have to crouch in order to get to this location, but we need to perhaps get on top of this and be carried over. Oh no, we need to jump on top of it perhaps. And jump with it. That seems to be the implication. Now here, we need to do so while remaining alive, which we will fail to do, so I think we might need to go back for a mushroom if it's possible to do so, unless we're locked. Possibly we're locked, yeah. So this is a re-upload. Okay, so we do have to reset here, right? If I do lose the mushroom in this location, am I correct in thinking so? Actually, no, because the hitbox... Well, yeah, because you still have to get through the block on the other side. That's right. This is a re-upload, I see. Okay. Yeah, this re-upload from July, I believe. Just get over here, and then we'll bounce. Oh, nope. I think it's a forced reset, as I'm reading it. But we'll get in here and we'll... Once again, you don't want to overshoot, of course, if you're on the spikes. We don't want to over-tap it. Just want to hand the right rhythm to get across. Nope. There's a particular rhythm that you need to hit, not too fast, not too slow. Just spam it forward. Now we do have the opportunity to practice it in this early segment here, so just briefly. And by briefly I mean we didn't really do that well. But let's try to get on top. And we're through. Looks like this will be force damage over here. And at this point, we need to get under the ceiling as we bounce across. Oh, nope. Oh, no speed there. Alright, let's try it again. Wonder if we want to crouch jump while short as well, but... yeah, we don't want to overdo it once again as we carry it across. Then down we go. Then there's this bit. Possibly we actually do need running speed. Good. Very good. Then now we launch. Oh! But we do need to face right out of launch, of course. We cut too much momentum. Wait on the question block and run following the line. Interesting. We'll try to look at that again. And Bonafide Pirate, welcome. Alright, let's go again. Oh, I see, the question block at least. Oh, we still need to time it though. Away we go. And then, you need to stay crouched. You have to be pretty careful in this location. And particularly in this location. Now this will come off the edge, but luckily we had an opportunity to retry. Up arrow seems to tell me that perhaps we should be getting up? I don't know. Oh. Nope. Perhaps the up arrow says that I should be standing up before going into that? I'm not exactly sure. Stand up and wait, okay. Alright, so there's some kind of momentum correction that happens there. We haven't really taken the time to read it yet. But we'll try to do it. Yeah, I'm just thinking about physics-wise what difference it makes. We do stand up and wait. Oh, go. We'll get back there, hopefully, before too long. And let's see how we do here. Okay, down we go. And up. Yeah, because I suppose it sort of winds up and gives you the proper speed. Going this way? Maybe? And then we need to bounce into this. Good. Checkpoint's coming. And left. Oh, nope. I was trying to face quickly enough, but we didn't quite get it. And since of a long time no see, you have a new appreciation with Mario level makers and players since the last time you were here. Yeah. I don't know how long ago it was. But welcome back. Don't really have a good sense of how long it's been, since I also have been kind of dipping in and out of Maker 2 this year. And Moyako, you're saying much easier if you're referring to the part where you stand up and wait? Perhaps? Okay. I feel like it's going 1, 2, 3. That is telling you to go top and then cycle down. Yeah, because the belt direction does. Make that happen. We just need to change our facing direction for the momentum while we do that. Okay, time for a lot of edge jumping. Nope, not quite. Not quite, let's... Here we go. And here we go. I wonder about this conveyor belt, whether we go... Yeah, we definitely need to get onto conveyor belts, I think, and go up. But perhaps we charge up over here? I'm not sure. We'll find out. I don't know if the same principle applies as with the conveyor belts we saw earlier, or if we should just ride it out. Really having to push pretty hard on the D-pad for this. Okay. Try it again. Oh, and yes, we need to jump off of this right away because of the belt. We know that. Just a very quick reversal, rather. Nope. Quick enough. Jumping off ledges is not really our strength. Oh. Well, we've got 370 something seconds to figure this out. Perhaps. A little hard on the controller though, this one for sure. With all the crouching here. Now do it. not wear out my thumb too much on the first level of the day. Okay, let's get back in here. Yeah, because you kind of have to hold the down diagonals the whole time, right? So I have to give my thumb a little bit of a stretch from time to time. Loosen it up again. Whoops. Come on. There we go. Oh. Nope, too soon. We'll get there eventually. Of course, we need to make it through everything after that as well. Luckily, this whole sequence is basically non-lethal, so at least you don't lose too much progress. You try again and again to get over it. Oh, nope, too soon. Previous times it was too late. Nope, too soon. Okay, let's try this again. Like I said, whenever you see me pause like that, it's because I'm kind of letting my thumb stretch out a little bit, not cramp up too much on the controls, which is a definite risk with this level. Down diagonals everywhere. Okay. There we are. At long last. Okay, through the slope, and then it's going to be a bit of a stronger jump through this. Almost out of pipe, though. We just need to be a bit more accurate on target with this one. Again, we'll hopefully have a bit of time to work it out before at point 2. We don't know for a fact that we'll come after the pipe, so not expect too much here. Maybe we need to do a bit of a run here since there's that slope. No, not really. Nope, kind of going a little too high there. Just trying to figure out where we should adjust. There we go. I don't feel like I actually mastered it, we just got a bit lucky. Okay, now we're in a potentially lethal situation, which is going to be a big reset if we fail, so. Luckily we do have the opportunity to stop momentarily there. And also hop repeatedly over donut blocks. Whoa, nope. That was a problem. Alright, long way back, but we'll make it. Eventually. Whether my thumb will make it at the end of this level is a different question, but we'll see what we can do about that. Okay, got over that at least. And here's the 1, 2, 3 sequence. Oh, once we get it. 1, 2, whoops. We don't. And up we go. There we go. See, the timing with which you commentate the jumps actually does matter sometimes. Whoops. This placement over the background window is actually kind of a nice touch. Only happens once here, but... Whoops. We have to appreciate the artwork where we can. Getting a theme that has a mostly blank background. Okay, thumb needs a stretch. Hang on. Let's try it again. And around. And down. Okay, here's the bit that we had the most trouble with earlier. Almost. Oh. Try it again. Okay, finally. Didn't take too long, actually. Now we'll roll the dice in this one. Like I said, I didn't really feel like I mastered it at all. We just kind of lucked out with the jump height and the initial horizontal position. Not quite. But I guess we just redo it as quickly as we can before we get back in now. Let's not get crushed. Again, whoop. I thought I had a moment to kind of stop there and redo, but I guess not. Because I thought you could just, you know, do a little bit of that jump and then follow the track whenever you find that you have an opportunity. But no, it actually does detect as a crush, even if the block is just going the other way. We'll try to get back there somewhat efficiently, if we can. Not quite. Not yet. Not today, or is it? Nope. Well, whichever level is coming after this one, I hope it's one that's not also one that's going to hit my thumb a little too hard here. Because we're really pinching that D-pad the whole time. No real opportunity to let up on it. So let's keep going. Whoop. And nope. Off the edge. Nope. Well, this one's going a little worse than before, but we'll try to make that third jump sometime today. We're actually a long ways off in terms of time. This time we're already under 400 already. Up we go, and not quite back. That ceiling there's being a problem. Okay, finally. Got it. It usually goes a lot cleaner than that. Not this time, though. Well, let's try to make up some lost time if we can. And yeah, this one is, again, one of the bigger concerns. Usually, but first try. And roll the dice on this one. There we go, second try. Okay, so that compensated for itself somehow. Now let's be careful here not to go forward until we absolutely need to. We can just stay on the same donut block for a while if we are momentarily stuck. As long as we don't lower the block, we're actually good. Okay, it's fine. We got pinched forward a little bit there, but that's okay. Better than nothing. Now, I suppose that's a reset on the left, which is very generous. We just need to fall on the block, actually, and then spring forward. If I understand this correctly, well, no. Yeah, at least we don't have too much that's going to be deadly here, apart from being crushed on the left or something. for this track block. We need to work out a particular timing for springing over and then hitting that brick. Okay, that wasn't too bad for now, but we just have to spring back there after missing the easiest of the jumps here. There we go. Yeah, the forward momentum going in the correct direction definitely helps. Here's an interstitial pipe just to get you to a different part of this world, and then that gets us over here, and then I suppose this is just here to force an on stage for some reason. Oh, boom, boom, and bomb time. I see. So yeah, we do need to cycle around a certain number of times to hit on-off switches to drop the bombs that will then drop boom, boom as well. Okay, why don't we just stay in one end? Is there any disadvantage to doing so? I will acknowledge the raid in just a moment. We're cycling around a little bit. We have Zlink Lario coming in. Thank you for the raid. Hope the maker levels were going well over there on your end. And thank you so much for dropping by. And yeah, thank you for any level submissions. We're very early on in the queue today, so this is actually our only submission so far, and so definitely welcome some of the other ones coming in. Now, do we need to do any further cycles here? Not really. I guess we just need to hit boom boom a few times with bombs that are lit up. So once they are lit up, we'll just let the other ones walk, I think, and I should actually do it, except, oh no, they do kill the bombs around them, so we do need to cycle around a few times, and we'll eventually need to cycle around to the exit as well to go forward. And then... okay, that was not too bad. Symmetrical, but we didn't need to use all of that space. So we got more. We just need to time it so that we don't get crushed by the blocks when we bump the munchers in either direction. Oh, nope. So, bit of a boss rush here, I suppose. And Zlink Lario, you'd say so. Got a good mix of tougher levels and easier levels you can dance pad through. Excellent. Did you actually dance pad through them? Because that is impressive, if so. If you pulled out the pad for some of them. And here we go. We'll just cycle some more bombs in at a steady pace whenever we can. Okay, now let's move forward to the next segment and not get hit by the ice too often here. Okay, here we go. And you cleared a good number of levels of dance pad. Congratulations. Oh, nope, too soon. If you look the other way, you slowed down. Yeah. And 06i, you're working on a Lemmy boss fight right now. Yeah, Lemmy is, I think, the most interesting Koopaling to design around in some ways, in terms of adding something to the game that is just totally unique from any other element. So, as far as Koopaling boss fights go, we do often look forward to the Lemmys. In terms of what ideas people come up with for that, so... Are we just down to one more hit and boom boom? Yes, we are. Let's keep going. Here's some awesome levels upcoming, and you're out of here. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid once again. Nope, too late. There's a pretty narrow window as far as I can tell. Looking to the right and then looking to the left on the other side. Yeah, Moyako, I'm trying to build up enough speed there, but in terms of facing in the correct direction once you bounce, but sometimes head a little too slowly, it seems. Just not taking the facing direction seriously enough. Not even watching the level here, I'm just cycling around just to keep a steady pattern, and of course I say that right as we fail. Alright, let's do it. And we'll just wait until he's bombed out of the way. One more cycle should do it. We don't really need to hit the switches at this point as long as we're in the on state for the kill, which is currently not happening. Oh yeah, because Boom Boom's been booming. Okay, that's a hit. Let's make sure we should get him down this time. There we go. Okay, bit of a timing challenge over here. Slide looking to the right at first, and then slide looking to the left on the other side, huh? Slide looking to the right. Yeah, it's the entry timing that's getting me into trouble though, right? There we go. No, we need to actually stop there, of course. And then try to hit the stack with good timing back and forth as we get there. We do see how it's supposed to work. We just didn't have a good entry timing earlier. If we just kind of hold in the opposing direction as we come off the conveyor belt, the jump is actually pretty easy. Need to not lose track of direction as we get rid of Boom Boom and get to the other side. So let's keep going. And we'll just send bombs down at a steady pace. Until something hits. I don't really have a chance to keep my eyes on Boom Boom here, since we are just watching Mario the whole time on the left and now the right. Okay, let's try to pick up speed properly this time. Yeah, right past a peak. And then the boot's down at least, but we do need to get rid of rest here. And then try to hit the chomp if we can. Oh, nope. Didn't pick up enough speed that time with facing right. We actually, yeah, did slow down too much on the crouch. Yeah, just have to go full speed across every time, of course. If we hit the chomp, we do, and if we don't, we don't, so. Plenty of opportunities to redo it as long as we stay alive. And we'll just let everything blow up for a bit. Send some more down. And try to get that last hit here. Now, is everything gonna light on fire? It should. Oh, yeah, no, you actually do need the bombs to be nice and dense there. You can't just leave them alone to walk back and forth, otherwise they may be out of range. That must be the issue we got into earlier. Because some of that will not register as a hit. Oh, no. Bad jump right at the end. Yeah, I'd probably do it more efficiently if I actually were able to keep an eye on what was going on in Boom Boom's central column, but pretty much watching Mario the whole time, so. But we do need the bombs to pack themselves in a bit to restrict the movement. We'll just hit every cycle. I mean, it works. We just need to be consistent. And right we go. Not within bomb range of those bombs, luckily. And yeah, we'll have this eventually. Again, all about the entry timing. Right as it dips off the top. But nope, there we go. Good thing we stood up just in time. Here we go. And now we just need to move safely across one more time. And that, what? I didn't mean to hit that. That was a mistake. And luckily we survived that. We're just trying to hop up here to hit the block, and then we did a bad directional crouch. Anyway, 1-ups and a fire flower for endless. And it is going to be a GG. Thank you very much, Moyako. Yeah, Moyako, I played all your levels. There's one that I couldn't beat, I think, but we cleared all the other ones. Alright, let's see what's next. And Ryan might be janky. It's not showing me your code, probably because maybe you didn't put it with dashes and the bot didn't pick it up. I'll scroll up to chat and I should still be able to find it. Let me just see. Yeah, I see it. It's WM1, etc. I'll just punch that in. The bot just isn't going to display that properly. But we'll put you in. Luckily, the chat message isn't too far back here. Jampen Jungle. Yeah, thank you for the recommendation. Let's take a look at that. And Jampen Jungle. Here we go. Jamp in the Jungle. GLHF. And this is from earlier this week. Very recent upload here in August 2024. I say here in August, but it's September in many time zones already. How time flies. Anyway, thank you for Jampen Jungle. Let's take a look and hopefully we'll do well. 06i, thank you for the submission as well. Okay, let's watch the... Oh, don't need to watch the creeper timing. We'll just go. Hang on. Yeah, it's just full speed ahead. Let's not hesitate. Creeper will be in position just fine. And we need to, of course, have a bit more room there on the ground pound. Otherwise, if we're too low, the ground pound isn't going to register. I'm trying to ground pound there, I'm just slightly late. Yeah, and if I'm too close to the ground, it's just not going to detect. Oh, platform up top, yeah. Totally wasn't watching that properly. This is very readable, I'm just reading poorly today. And then on-off switch over here. Rates for the 30. Okay, yeah, we're allowed to wait slightly there if we want to, and then... Oh! Tricky, tricky. That's fine. Got it? Okay, now we just carry this and take it over to Creeper. There will be a throw position at some point, we just need to watch out for it. You just use the Creeper for decor because why not? Yeah, it works perfectly well. Very much the player's problem in that previous room, so... Okay, let's run back here, build up a bit more momentum. And then correct out of it properly. World's chunkiest throw marker here in 3D World. Oh, whoops. Yeah, just bad angle. We'll just correct out of that a little bit better. Although we don't want to pull back that aggressively just yet. You'd think I'd commentate like I've done a level before. No, not really. We've done a lot of other levels before, that's all. Whoops. We shouldn't twirl there because of the way that it sharpens your angle in 3D World. We just needed to stomp and get into the key warp block eventually, but it seems like we're supposed to go over to Skip Squeak. Too far. I don't know if this big Skip Squeak is the one holding the key coin. I assume not, given that it seems like there's a bounce that will continue forward across that diagonal for the key, and then we just land accurately. And we'll continue here. Nice room there. Very brambly, but there we go. Short and sweet. Thank you for that. And thank you for the follow as well, once again. Short queue today, so do feel free to toss some more in if you haven't. Let's take a look at 06i. Boom Boom Taxi. This is a recommendation. I'm going to have to pull out the machine translation camera for this one. Just give me one moment. Gets me out of a lot of situations in Mario Maker. Anyway, Boom Boom Taxi, the Japanese text says, even though he looks grumpy, the ride is perfect. He does have accidents sometimes. According to machine translation, so. Let's see how it goes. Kevin Light Blue Yoshi, no worries about showing up slightly later than usual. It meant that I can, you know, shake out my thumbs after one of the earlier levels before I get to your Kaizo Shell Extravaganza, no doubt. Let's take a look at Boom Boom Taxi. Okay. What's in the door? Oh, very nice. This feels actually a lot like a kind of Maker 1 level in some ways. We should have used the Fire Flower there, obviously. You know, with this kind of moving muncher stack, we don't see a lot of these setups in Maker 2 comparatively. Because a lot of the muncher offset stacking and object stacking in general, in terms of objects actually being able to carry each other, doesn't work quite as well. But here, this actually works marvelously. But yeah, it immediately kind of feels like Maker 1 in terms of a lot of the ideas that we used to see back then. I hadn't seen this particular setup before, which is kind of impressive considering how many Boom Booms we've seen from certain makers who like to use them. Wow, look at this. Slow. Very nice. And then we'll hit another stack here. Were we supposed to get on that platform? I don't know. Oh yeah, on-off switch. Of course we were. Otherwise the stack just falls apart. Is this survival? Not really. Let's just proceed from checkpoint. Slow. On the single stack here. Assuming we'll hit the rebound. No, once again, we do need to go up for that. Obviously. Yeah, the skull here seems like it's just there for offset. If I'm reading that correctly. But yeah, these Boom Boom in shelled form setups have a lot of potential to them. We saw tons of new ideas with that specifically in Mang and Luca's Super Boom Boom World earlier this year. We lost a flower, presumably we'll lose some kind of bonus at the end. Oops. There we go. Icicles are going to fall, and we'll just have to relax and let them do their job. Bunch of SMB2 mushrooms bouncing on the right side for some reason. I kind of want to see if we can go through it. No, guess not. We'll take the clear. Thank you so much for the recommendation, 06i. And your pal Hyper, welcome. Thank you so much for the level. Let's see what's next. Kevin, the light blue Yoshi. I assume this is the double shell jump level again, but if it isn't, we'll find out. So people behind this level are aware, this is one that we've kind of been dipping into on and off over the last few weeks. It consists of 5 double shell jumps and a bit of a tough landing over 2 fire piranhas. We have previously gotten to the left side of the last column. So we were about 1 jump and 1 clean fall away from clearing. So this might take me a little while as we get warmed up with the shell jumps again, so hopefully the people behind this one in queue are able to wait for a little bit, depending on how successful the attempts are. I am definitely not really a Kaizo player, but we've been progressing, so let's see if we can get a little further. And Ryan, you've played this one before? Yeah. Yeah, we're not good at these jumps, but we've been getting reasonably close to the clear, so... And yeah, not quite enough height there. The later release on the up throw has been helping quite a bit, though. Nope. Sometimes we just need to get warmed up on the spacing here before we make any progress. But yeah, we'll try to make a reasonable attempt. We were so close to the clear last time that I feel like we just need one good, clean run. And of course, the thing that worries me about the fire piranhas is that falling between the piranhas for the axe is not too much of a problem. Falling past the fireballs is potentially sensitive to RNG in a way that might be hard to plan around, depending on how we enter that location. Oh, missed it. Axer typo, rating with a party bait. Extra typo, the premier Scrabble streamer on Twitch, for those who want to follow. I saw that you were doing some tournament game analysis over there today. I hope that's been treating you well, and that you're steadily catching up on, no doubt, a massive backlog from the big summer championship extravaganza that we usually have. It's got a peak Scrabble season in July and August, for those who don't know, where there are often multiple tournaments that are 4 or 5 days in length. You know, where you just get into a ballroom and play Scrabble day after day over 30 rounds or so for a week. You go to a different city and do it again, and so Extra Typo's been doing quite a lot of that, some of it on stream. And we're doing something easier than that today, although still very, very hard. And thank you for the follow, your pal Hyper. Okay, not quite making it here. Let's try to get back on track with some of this stuff. And so yeah, welcome again, Extra Typo, and thank you for bringing your crew. Do you need to jump over to spikes or something? Yeah, you need to do it 5 times. We've been steadily chipping away at this over the past several weeks because this level comes back week after week, and I've made it 1 jump away from the end. I'm not good at this kind of thing, although Extra Typo, Jomi is very good at this kind of thing, a Scrabble player that we know is actually a Kaizo player. He's much better at this kind of thing than I am. So this is a little outside of my usual box, but... Whoops. So yeah, you have to juggle the shells quite a bit and find the right timing to kind of catch them again, and I'm just kind of getting warmed up on this. We haven't been on it very long today. We just started it as you came in. Oh, there we go. So yeah, a little bit tricky. So yeah, I hope the words have been treating you well over there. I just saw that the Collins Dictionary update had come out. Although we haven't looked at updates for tools and such. And yeah, getting not just warmed, but absolutely toasted here. That's very much the case. Because you kind of have to stand in the right position as you release to jump onto deflection. This is the kind of thing that playing, you know, normal Mario games never ever teaches you, but is kind of the bread and butter of a lot of the hard custom content in, whoops, both Mario Maker and the Super Mario World custom hack scene. Whoops. Where a lot of this was popularized. I don't really have the technique for it, but we've previously gotten a really deep run into it, so we're making a fresh series of attempts. It does look and feel repetitive, but the thing is, you know, you try to bake it into muscle memory after a time. And that's the way you do it. Okay, got one. So we have to do 5 of those, and then it's a bit of a trick landing after that. 2. 3. Okay, got 3 that time. Bad release in the last one there. So yeah, sometimes we just have to crash against it for a little bit, and then we get a really good run all of a sudden. We try to find a pocket of consistency. Doing this without stream seems hard enough already, yeah. Yeah, actually, Real Skill, I find that sometimes having conversation about something totally different actually helps concentration with this kind of level, because it's not a very cerebral thinking kind of level. It's not like a logic puzzle, which is typically more of what I do here when I stream Mario, where it's very difficult to talk about something else when you're, you know, actually trying to keep all the pieces in sequence and all that. Here, it's kind of pure muscle memory and pure perception and reflex, and so sometimes it kind of helps to get into zone by chatting about something completely separate. It depends. I find there are some things that are much easier to do while streaming than others. I find, for example, that any kind of rhythm-based challenges where you really have to listen to music and listen to the beat, I can't talk over that. And we've definitely had some games or some levels before that were much more inclined towards challenging that part of the brain. And that I really can't talk over, where sometimes you just have to, you know, listen intently. And actually a lot of people who master this kind of thing do it via audio cues as well, where they can practically do these blindfold after a time just by listening to a rhythm. We're obviously not there yet. Yeah, your pal Hyper, when I first started streaming, I absolutely could not do even a single shell jump. Like even this, you know, first bottom jump here, I would have had no chance of doing it. Gradually, just from people sending me stuff like this, I've become a little better practice, but of course I'm still not a specialist in this kind of level at all. So, best we've done today was that one we saw earlier with the 3 consecutive ones. So we need to do 5 consecutive. Very much a consistency test. Oops, not quite, and you really have to throw straight up. It's not even about the brain, it's much more about the fingers. We often play levels that are much more about the brain. And they're a completely different beast. Yeah, because occasionally I'll do puzzle streams here where we do cryptic escape rooms and the like, and sometimes those levels are a lot of just, you know, staring at pieces for hours until you suddenly see what's going on with sparkling clarity. Extra typo, you think I seem to have a good brain? Well. We don't always allocate it very efficiently. Let's just say that. Yeah, I hope the tournament scene's been treating you well lately. And there's a lot on the schedule I can't make, but I'm looking into traveling to some of the big ones next year, 2025 if I can. I'm trying to clear the schedule for that so we can actually play some rated events again. Okay, there we go. 2 down, right? Sometimes I do well enough that I just lose count. So yeah, Kevin Light Blue Yoshi, who submitted this, as before, if I start to tire out of this one a little physically, we will take a break from it and play some other ones before we come back. But you know how it went in previous weeks, very similar to that. Oh, that was going well too, and then we just flipped that. Extra typo, always teasing next year's events. Well, you know, it's a matter of getting a lot of stars to align when it comes to travel and family schedules and the like, so. Yeah. Yeah, 2024 was just a total non-starter for me. But, whoops. No, it'll line up nicely though, especially with the dictionary update coming in for Collins. It will make a couple of things mentally easier. Oops. In that it comes at a good time for me, basically. Oops. Yeah, I'm starting to fire up Woogles a lot more often nowadays. In fact, just to get a little bit of board vision in. I kind of feel like the composition of the players in the open queue and open lobby sometimes has really kind of changed over time, like since... Or at least maybe it's just a function of, you know, some of the rating inflation and lower rating brackets or something. Bit of a subtle change in playstyle that you can see from people who come in, and you can tell sometimes where their experience or inexperience is when it comes to getting the words down and using the board. Oops. There we go. This level appeals to you very much as a floor is lava type of child, yeah. Bouncing off the walls just like you did when you were 3, right? This is what being a 3-year-old must feel like in the mind of a 3-year-old. Hey, this one's not bad. I totally jinxed it. That was one of our best attempts yet, too. Total jinx on that one. Yeah. That's the thing about consistency checks. Very high choke potential. Nope. And yeah, your pal Hyper, don't worry too much about accidentally leaving the stream if you have a submission in here, as long as you're around when yours is called up. We will make sure you get in. We run to sort of with the expectation that people who are submitting levels are normally shopping them around to a couple of streams at once, and if you need to dip out, go AFK, etc., that is perfectly fine and expected. Whoops. Yeah, might be slipping a little bit here, so we may, as promised, take a break from this one to play through some more of the queue and come back, just to give my thumbs a bit of a break, but we'll see about it as we go. Whoa, that was almost good. Screaming Blueberries, welcome. How's it going? No clue why you're awake? Well, presumably it's to see your level get played. But welcome in. This is an insomnia-friendly environment. We're very understanding of that around here. Whoops. Okay, let's... Not quite. It's 2 a.m. for you? Yeah, Ryan might be janky. I won't keep you waiting for too long. We'll try to get maybe one more good run in on this one, and we'll take a break from it, because, you know, there comes a point where the attempts just get worse. Where, when you're doing hard content of any sort, not just in Mario Maker, like, sometimes you feel like you peak at a certain point, and you definitely need to kind of step back before you are able to progress. And we've felt that with this level many times. And every time we do slightly better, so... Yeah. No, like I said, this is an insomnia-friendly environment. Watching Mario on Twitch is probably a better way to address that than most other things. The worst thing is when you can't sleep and you stay up all night, like reading about sleep disorders and sleep therapy on Wikipedia or whatever, in a very self-referential manner. That's when you know things have gone too far. When you just read about sleep. Okay, Kevin Lipley Yoshi, we have to kind of loosen up my thumbs from this one a little bit. You are absolutely free to resubmit for more attempts. I just want to make sure we get through some other people in the queue before they crash out from sleep deprivation. So let's mark this as a loss for a moment. Please feel free to toss it back in. We'll chip away at it. I feel like, you know, the clear is on the horizon for this one. It's just a matter of getting the fingers to line up. And thank you so much, Extra Typo, for dropping by with the raid once again, and good luck to you as well with everything that may be coming. Okay, let's bring up Ryan's profile once again. Alright, so a lot of recent uploads. I don't know if there's one that you're particularly fond of. I felt like this was a really good little pocket of length and difficulty, so if there's something similar to that, that would be great. Anything's great, though. I don't know your levels, and you do. Short Kaizo series, perhaps? Yeah, maybe we can do some of these. Unless there's one that you're especially proud of, that you would like me to look at. Let's see. If we don't receive any guidance, I'll go through the short Kaizo series, perhaps. We'll do one at a time. At some point. Yeah, let's do that. Loop Hazard coming in under 10 seconds on this. Let's see how we do. Any of your TJs you're proud of? Yeah. I didn't quite scroll through all the tags, but yeah, the other one that you showed me earlier was pretty well put together, so... oh, no. Just totally misread that. You just need to follow the shell. Once we kick it in the right direction for some short bounces into the shell trap, and then we don't want to lose too much momentum there as we head down towards it. So kind of a bad angle down towards the shell. I saw the shell trap early, it was just we didn't quite line up with the proper descent. Yeah, nice convenient kick over there, well timed. And kick this And oh, that's the end already, actually. You did promise it was short. Just need a better angle on the upswing. Oops. We'll do it again. And over. Get a nice angle here and here as well. And that's it. Came in a little under on the flag, but we'll take it. Okay, thank you for that, Ryan, and feel free to put in more if you're willing to wait. Yeah, not surprised that Loop Hazard is a little tighter around the corners than I am with this kind of thing. Very good player in his own right. Our pal Hyper, who I believe is still here. Let's bring this in. And Gritoffy coming in with Party of 5. Welcome in, Gritoffy. I hope progress on Super Discord Brothers 6 is coming along very nicely. We actually saw an earlier version of Documents level from that last week, I think. Gritoffy, for those who don't know, has been around since the Maker 1 days, has been part of many, many community projects. So, very much a Mario Maker OG in a way. Anyway, here's Koopaling Rush Stage Gimmick Test. You made this mainly to test stage gimmicks. Some bosses can be cheesed. Let's see it. King Proclaimed, did I see it on the leaderboards? Did I see what on the leaderboards? Because I'll be honest, I never look at the leaderboards in this game. Oh, did I see Documents level? No, he dropped by and just submitted it. He's here pretty often, actually. I stream a little bit late for him, but we've known Document for quite a long time. So. I actually saw that he re-uploaded. I don't remember breaking anything, so somebody else must have broken something. Actually, well, I mean, he's always polishing, so... Okay. Yeah, we played most of what Document has made, including everything he made in Maker 1, which we caught up on earlier this year before it went down. Played a good bit of Gritoffy too, actually, from the Maker 1 days. Whoops. And... Oop. We're taking a few too many hits here on the second Koopaling. But luckily we'll get a power up here. And the Clock Tower, welcome as well. Clock Tower, you might want the list command if you want a list of levels. I know everybody's bot is a little bit different. But yeah, we don't have too many levels in the queue right now. So if you're able to wait, please get in. I don't tend to leave people hanging. We try to run the stream long enough to see everybody who gets in before queue closing. What usually happens here is that I'll close submissions very early, and then we'll actually stay on for a few hours to just make sure everybody is played, so... Anyway, let's tap Roy here. This is a nice little Roy room, actually, in terms of giving him a lot of interesting positions to come out of while still forcing some player movement. I think that's the trick to a lot of these bosses. It's all about the room when it comes to Koopaling fights. And as long as there's a little bit of pressure to attack or defend, you know, works pretty well. It's going to hold up until a bounce works out, and it will. A couple of 1-ups for Endless. You're really liking these boss setups? Yeah, they're very clean. And again, they sort of compel a lot of movement on the player. You can't just sit and camp. But at the same time, they're pretty spacious. So, we could totally bop them there, but we'll get them here instead. And that gives me a clear condition to exit. I kind of feel like you could exit out the pipe to the previous room if you went up the vines, but let's continue. And that is the axe. Yeah, thank you very much, your pal Hyper. And thank you, Gritoffy, for this mission. We actually caught up on playing through all of Super Discord 5, or Super Discord World 2, I suppose. The one Maker 2 project a couple of weeks ago. I finally went through it top to bottom. Had a great deal of fun with it. Screaming Blueberries, let's see. And yeah, it was kind of an interesting inflection point generationally, I think, between a lot of the people who had come in from Maker 1 and were active for the first year, and the people who came after. So, Screaming Blueberries, my choice. Newest, if I don't mind a 3.0 TS. We can try it. I will probably not just clear it in one go, but we will give it a go and see what happens. We've cleared some Team Shell levels that were marked at about 3.0 before, but it did take me time. I will say, it took a lot of practice. So we'll try to make a reasonable amount of progress. And 0 checkpoints on this one with a 1.4-ish. Not that the clear rate tells you much when some people will just bail out at the beginning. But let's try it. Okay. And then, yeah, it's going to be bounce, pick up, bounce. After hitting the on-off, something will drop from above the on-off. That's a little bit high on the release. That's okay, we just need to get into the rhythm of it. And thank you so much for the follow. And Gritoffy, you'll have to watch for the VOD after it. Yeah, I did keep a highlight VOD of that. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, so we need to get the bounce with the next pickup as it's falling down. I understand that now. We will probably need to back up a little bit into this one then. We can't just go full momentum. We have to back up a bit into the shell jump. Perhaps. Unless I'm just releasing really poorly. And yeah, Snoop, welcome. The queue is not real full. It's starting to get lengthy with some harder levels, but we should still be able to get to you if you get in at this point. Might be a bit of a wait, but we'll see. And yeah, they added Pokies in the first big update, and it was very noticeable to me that SDB5 came out, I think, literally a week before the Link update, which was the first big content patch. Okay, so we want to bet a shell jump on this so we can actually catch the shell that comes off the switch. We just haven't really found a good release on it yet. There we go. And then it's throw to the left, obviously, and then this shell goes to the trap on the right. Yeah, Snoop, you'll probably only be here for 20 minutes. Yeah, okay, next time will be better then. I'm usually here at this time slot. Review levels on weekends. Okay. And then, apart from missing the on-off contact on the left, that's getting a little better in terms of seeing what we need to do when it comes to momentum control on the throws. And sometimes we just need to get some of that consistency down. Yeah, a lot of it is just figuring out how to cut momentum on this second throw here, once we get to it. But mostly do viewer levels when I stream. Not as much as I used to. I lately have not been playing Mario Maker in the middle of the week, but when I do, it's typically things like a lot of puzzles, a lot of super worlds, a lot of catch up on people I followed for a long time. But this time slot here, I almost always do viewer levels, I would say. On the either Saturday night or Sunday morning for a lot of people. Okay, let's try to get into pocket for the jump again. We've lost it in the last few attempts. I had it early and we lost it. So yeah, we do viewer levels in this time slot most of the time. But I would say that increasingly when I do Mario Maker, I'm usually running some other things. Whoops, bad. Okay. No, we don't want to back up too much here. I am getting a better throw on the first one though, like kind of right before when I was doing it. And we pull back a little bit on this one. And just try to realign. Too late. Just need to curve in properly. There we go, almost. Just need to make contact. How much Shakespeare do I read for the reward? Just one sonnet. Number of your choice. Because then at least it's a predictable length, right? It's not, you know, doing one of the major soliloquies or something. Okay, just trying to back into this a little bit. We managed to get this down earlier without too much difficulty. I'm just losing the pattern that we had. But yeah, I think we just kind of throw on a way up with that shell and then we get a better landing on it. Yeah, we're throwing way too low. Yeah, we need to just go above the line a bit, I think. And just find a comfy position. There we go. Too low on the on-off that time. So here it looks like it's going to be an up throw into double. Or, yeah, it'll be some juggling with a spring, potentially. Because the expectation is that you hit the on-off switch and you catch the spring, and then once you catch the spring, then that'll be part of the next sequence, which is marked, but I haven't quite read that yet. 069, you want to pull up number 64. Let's bring up number 64 and show you what the reward looks like. And welcome Impeached as well. Give me one moment. And we will cash in the reward. Dramatic reading screen. Okay, there we go. When have I seen, by time's fell hand defaced, the rich proud cost of outworn buried age? When sometime lofty towers I see down raised, and brass eternal slave the mortal rage. When I have seen the hungry ocean gain advantage on the kingdom of the shore, and the firm soil wind of the watery main, increasing store with loss and loss with store. When I have seen such interchange of state, or state itself confounded to decay, ruin had taught me thus to ruminate, that time will come and take my love away. This thought is as a death which cannot choose but weep to have that which it fears to lose. Thank you for that, 06i. Okay, let's continue. Whoops, this guy's gonna wake up. Let's get back into this properly. Spring, and then, oh wait, hang on. Okay, so it's gonna be up throw into spring, then we do the shell catch. And shell throw as we bounce on the spring, perhaps. Like up throw, shell catch, jump on the spring, shell jump up. I'm not exactly sure, actually, from the marker here, what the spring trick is. Because if you up throw it, it comes down there. It looks like that's actually kind of jumping off point. But then, what's the line down over the muncher? Well, we'll see. Yeah, like I said, unlikely to clear it in this run, but we'll try to make reasonable progress. And we'll also check the practice store for the later segment as well, if I remember to. I feel like we're not at what practice door goes yet, but we haven't actually checked, so we can check. Yeah, it is way later, actually. Oh, actually, no, just one jump later. It shows you what happens when... Yeah, so after the spring, it looks like you have to bounce on top of it to get up onto the Yoshi platform from the left side. So it seems like you need to use a shell in order to get... Oh, I see. The up throw on a spring lands it on top of the muncher. You use a shell jump to then land on top of the spring. Because the shell jump gives you enough height to land on top of the spring, and then that sends you up to Yoshi, and then you do a Yoshi drop. Okay, so that makes it clear, actually. But then Yoshi has to swallow the Buzzy on the way down, and then when you swallow the Buzzy on the way down, then you spit out over here, and then you have something to jump towards. Yeah, tricky to play through, but I'm kind of doing the read to at least see what's going on. It seems like you have to be pretty quick about the tongue. It definitely seems like you're supposed to grab and spit on that, and do it very rhythmically. Kind of like that, except you need to lean right into it, and then that gets into the jump after that. So, I'll push on this a little bit, and we'll go back to the start to try to get the spring down. Yeah, so you need to follow up with a jump pretty much immediately after the split, what I'm saying. It's a matter of getting that timing down. You pretty much have to stick out the tongue as soon as you make contact with Yoshi in order to have a decent chance there, and I think a shorter jump is probably necessary for this bounce when it comes to the dismount, because we are dismounting too high. So we need to do like a really light dismount immediately on a release. And we might as well map that out a little bit just to, whoops, see more of this. That's a slow spit. You have to dismount at the same time as this spit, yes. I do see that. Whoops. Yeah, because you basically have to tap pretty much simultaneously. Yes. Yep. Both buttons at the same time. We see it. I'm not very well practiced in it, but we'll get there. And then this is going to be a shell jump over here, which then is going to get you... I don't know what the on-off switch does, but it probably affects the bone shell drop. And, oh, too high there. Hit the ceiling. Yeah, we'll try it. Oops. And yeah, if we get back to the beginning here and maybe get as far as actually making it up the spring throw up to Yoshi, which I think is kind of within my ability with sufficient practice, then that'll be progress in its own way. Anyway, yeah, let's try to kind of stitch the first segment together to, you know, show that we can do it if we can. And since we know where the practice door is, you know, at least we have a pretty clear landmark for our progression. And we'll try to do it that way. Nope, went a little too far over. So yeah, as you fall towards that shell, it's going to be up throw in a spring, and you'll land it on the muncher platform. A bit of a late throw there. Oops. Yeah, land on the muncher platform and then shell jump up to that, which, as long as I kind of remember the sequence and line up the up throw properly, I think it is doable for me. So we'll try to do that much at least. But we need to get the right timing with the first shell here. Get it back, rather. Yeah, just need to back up into that bounce a little bit. Nope. Still don't quite have it. Oh, nope. Not quite. But yeah, a lot of it is just finding a good pocket of consistency and being able to repeat it. We just need to find it again after briefly locating that timing and losing it. For Toffee, you may have to step out for 15 to 30 or so. Yeah, no, that's fine. Thanks for letting me know. If you come up in your AFK or something, we'll just bump you back one spot. And... Whoops. We're pretty lenient about that when it comes to people having to dip in and out while waiting. I'm not even sure we'll get to it that soon, to be honest. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, okay, that's too soon now. We had it. It's not quite on the marker. At least I'm not getting much success from doing it on marker. I very often don't trust markers enough when it comes to anything Kaizo. But that's a bit of a miss. Okay. And we just need to line up that second jump properly again. There we go. Oh, nope. Missed the up throw there. Or rather, I hesitated too much on the up throw while processing the fact that we got that far in the first place. And then that was not nearly enough momentum on the throw, as you can see. It's supposed to land on top of the muncher, and that was much too soon. Or just with too much of a momentum cut going in. Because we kind of need to go from up throw mode into shell jump mode right away. In that particular instance. You catch it after the shell jump and drop it. Okay, I didn't know that actually. I thought it would make it over, but I'm not very good at gauging distance when it comes to that. Yeah, okay, so it will be a soft drop on the last marker on top of the muncher then. Yeah, so I guess you are supposed to catch it a little to the left. Rather too optimistic about where that spring was going to go. Whoops. It'll be a little trickier, we'll try it. Once we find that pocket of timing once again. Come on. Almost, just a slightly off release over here. We're often releasing too soon on this one, because there is a bit of a controlled correction on it. At least from what I'm seeing. And yeah, that's a bit late that time. Just need to find what we were doing again. I'm gonna make the throw it all the way over, but you don't think it would be possible. Yeah, because the arc to fall back down towards the shell for the shell jump would be pretty awkward, I think. Like, you would have to have a pretty late release on the spring and probably overshoot if you did that. I'm not even sure if it would make that height. Whoops. So yeah, I'll trust you on that, of course, as maker and somebody who presumably is much more adept at the shell tech than I am. Given that I see your submissions are all kind of team shell all the way down. Whoops, there we go. Oh, almost. Almost had it there, too. Okay. Nope. Okay, shell jump and then catch. Yeah, got a little mixed up there because, of course, we're kind of thinking about what the off-screen position is of the spring, and that time it was much too early a throw anyway. On the up throw. You do kind of need to mentally switch gears between throws pretty quickly, and I think that's where a lot of the challenge is coming from, that you kind of need to mentally adapt from jump to jump. Oops. Oh, not quite. Yeah, it is the kind of level that, you know, I'd need to take a stream to work on it if I were serious about the clear, but it is still satisfying to make some progress and figure some things out. So we'll push on it for a little bit longer. All the cues starting to thicken out a little bit, so I won't stay too long. But we'll try to get a good solid attempt at that throw. Knowing that it is the continuation to practice door number 1. Nope, not quite. Yeah, occasionally we just find a pattern and we lose it. Like I often say, the thing that really distinguishes a lot of the best Kaizo players is that they are consistent enough that they can actually repeat successes when they do find them. Yeah, Screaming Blueberries. I mean, you know, as somebody who submits Kaizo, I think you know how it goes when it comes to seeing various levels of success. But it's still worthwhile to learn it bit by bit. I mean, that's why the practice stories exist, right? Oops. Yeah, it's certainly one that, given the tuning that I'm seeing, you know, if I took the time to work on it, I think I could do it. And we'll just try to sort it out a little at a time and try to get some semblance of consistency down in the earliest part. Not quite. Okay, there we go, almost. Shouldn't have leaned back too much on that second throw that time. Yeah, it's sort of interesting how the contact from the first shell sort of pops up the second one into a throwing position. Rather into a position where you can catch it on the way up. That the little bounce that puts it right in your arc on the way up is actually very satisfying. Well, you catch this right as it pops. I'm really starting to slip here, though. Not quite. Okay, good. Almost, we were bad on a shell jump here. I feel like we shouldn't take that horizontal marker too seriously. We should just, you know, find a shell jump that works as long as I catch the spring. Because we're not always going to get the right kind of jump for that marker to be the right shell jump position, I think. So we'll just need to trust our positioning on that one. If we can have one more attempt that looks like that, that would be great. Where the up throw at least seemed to be in the position that we want that time. It's just that we failed the shell jump at the very end. Oh. Just a bad landing there. That was otherwise correct. Not quite. And yeah, we just need to find it again. Oh, nope. Bad throw there. It was supposed to be the soft drop, but it's the first time we've actually managed to get that far, so... Jabu, welcome. Well, that was the best attempt we've seen so far. I'd like to see if we can actually make it over to the Yoshi, but... Yeah, progress, just, you know, one jump at a time. That's how you have to take it sometimes. Oh, wow. That was quite a choke. Almost. Almost. Just bad release. Yeah, those moving soft drops are a problem for me sometimes. But the fact that we've actually been able to get back to that position more than once is a huge, huge improvement. And again, I'd like to stick that. I'd like to get it to Yoshi, but if we can't, then we can't. So, thank you for the submission, Jabu. We'll hopefully not keep you waiting too long in position 6. We have some longer and more difficult submissions ahead as well, but we'll try not to stall too late for people waiting. Momentum felt pretty good on the first 2 jumps that time, actually. Yeah, sometimes it just kind of feels right, you know, when the momentum seems to flow in the right way, and try to recapture that somehow. Like right here. Oh! You know what? I'm happy with that. We hadn't approached Yoshi from the left side like that before, and so it took me a moment to kind of get back into the mode of thinking, okay, we have to do the immediate tongue grab. And of course, I just kind of mistakenly jumped off Yoshi instead of doing the grab. But yeah, we actually basically learned the first section, right? And I'm kind of happy with that, and I am willing to go back to this level for future submissions to try to piece it together. So thank you so much for that. And I like the setups a lot, actually. I mean, you know, it's a lot of constant mental adjustment for what you're doing in terms of which direction you're pointing to and what you're controlling, but that's what this kind of level is about, and not very surprised here to see who has clears on it so far. And, you know, it's a little harder than what I usually do, but it's one that I feel like can be learned. So, thank you so much for that. And as a very fresh upload, I hope it's kind of testing well for you so far, from how I've been blundering through it. So yeah, once again, for people new to the queue, I usually try to close up very early, and then we actually still stay for a couple hours to make sure we get through everybody who's here. Kevin the Light Blue Yoshi. Oh, okay, yeah, we're going to have a bit of a Kaizo double feature here as we get back into the double shell jump level. You folks are going to do a bit of a number on my wrist today, but let's see it. Yeah, we chipped away at this a little bit earlier. We got to column 3 that time. We did 3 successful jumps on the previous set of attempts earlier today. As usual, we'll kind of chip away at this for a little bit. We'll try to get some kind of deep run in it, and we'll see if we luck out this time. Seems to be cheese and jack free. Yeah. I mean, I'm not proficient enough at some Kaizo to really kind of push it when it comes to cheese. I tend to find a lot of cheese in other sorts of levels sometimes, but that seemed like it was constraining everything I was doing with the switch activations and such pretty well. Okay, let's see it. I do wonder about that up throw on the spring, of course, but we did find a position that was intended. So that at least seemed to work pretty well. Mr. All Games All Day coming in right in time for the double shell jump extravaganza. I did see that you had to clear on this one, actually. I hope the building and testing and whatever else has been going well over there on your side. We've been blundering through this quite a bit. We had previously got into the last column last week, but only made it to column 3 today. This is very much outside our usual repertoire. And yeah, Screaming Blueberries, thank you so much for the follow. We do run fairly regularly in this time slot on weekends. And do get some sleep, of course. And, yeah. Yeah, Mr. All Games All Day, or Magad. As you all know, the more efficiently I clear a Kevin level, the fewer clips I have to sort through on the list of clips of my channel. Okay, whoops. Here we go. Yeah, the Beshad Visser, you gave him 7 horrible levels, like bottom 5% levels. Bottom 5% of what, though? Oh, as in just bottom 5% of levels that you had seen in the past, or? Okay. Yeah, we had a really good suggestion from Zucchini last week, actually, that suddenly led my progress in this level to skyrocket, which was that I was doing the up throw much too early, instinctively, because I had found an up throw that worked, and we stuck with it even though it was not quite optimal when it came to timing. And so we relaxed that a little bit in terms of, up throwing a little bit on the way down, and it improved my progress in this one a lot. But I feel like it's clearable for me as long as the Piranha Plant RNG at the end with the projectiles isn't too nasty, but we'll see. Whoops. If I'm going for full shell jumps to peak is the best. Yeah, I'm not well practiced with doubles at all, actually. I mean, this level is pretty much the most practice I've ever had with doubles. But you put world records on the 9MMC account, so you went to clear them and they were all the worst of the worst endless, I see. Oh, I see, because you were doing like world record redemptions or whatever, right? To try to speed through it. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Look, if you think about this another way, if you had to suffer through that on Endless to begin with, Megad, at least you're not the only one suffering. Somebody had to put the record there in the first place. And that somebody was not going to be me. I don't even know what the state of Endless is like nowadays, actually, because I haven't touched Endless since 2019. I discovered pretty quickly it was not how I wanted to play this game. Similar to 100 Mario Challenge in the first game, I don't really make the in-game discovery part of my Mario Maker experience. I have streamers I can watch for that. You didn't want to suffer at all, yeah. Well, then why did you ask, right? Oops. On your endless easy playthrough in 9 levels, you got a rendition of SMB 1-1 3 times. Well, I guess we are in the era of the remake. 1-1 with a twist. Thankfully an endless easy twist. Oops. Yeah, I gotta vaguely follow what you're telling me here about the... Oh, yeah, for the account cleanup. I see. Oops. For the playlist account. Yeah, I recently played through Super Discord World 2, as we were saying earlier in the stream when Gratofi came in. And that one had a playlist account. And of course, partly that was one that was made back in a 1.0 patch in the game. It was actually the last big community content release back in 1.0, I think, or 1.1, I suppose, before the Link patch. And so there were no Super Worlds to speak of even then. I think the playlist account for that one had actually been created fairly recently, though, by FIFO, who is also involved in the Super Discord Brother 6. But yeah, it's basically, as with the Super Discord projects in Maker 1, everybody had uploaded separately as makers. Whoops. Getting a little deeper here. Invintig, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Not quite getting this. Yeah, my god, coercion is the word, I suppose. Well, I don't know. The whole point of video games is to have a sense of choice. In a way. Man is born free, and then he signs up for Twitch and puts himself in chains. Okay. Whoops, not quite. Yeah, we're still accepting levels. You might be a little ways back at this point, but typically what happens here is I close fairly early, and then we stay for a couple hours to play through everybody who gets in. Depending on difficulty of the people ahead of you, it might be a bit of a wait, but we typically get through everybody who stays, and you're totally free to go AFK for a while, dip into other streams, whatever. And there will be some natural attrition sometimes as well if I take especially long. Okay. How's this one looking? Final column for once, the first time we've seen it today. Okay, bad landing there. I was actually worried about the fire more than about the axe, but I probably should have worried about the axe. That is the first time we have reached the piranhas. That is the first time we have reached that. That is progress. That is major, major progress. Or if you know your catch-22, major, 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 major progress. So yeah, thank you for the submission, Invintic, rather. Whoops. Not quite there. And thank you so much for the follow, King Platoon. Oops. Well, I don't know if we'll do better than that today. So yeah, I was thinking that the axe wouldn't be too much of a problem, but it actually is more precise than I thought it would be. And that time we were, in fact, pretty fortunate in terms of just not really having to deal with Piranha Fire. But yeah, that's easily the closest attempt we've had to the clear so far, and we knew that was coming. We just didn't know what the error margin would be on the drop. If it's something that's kind of pixel precise, I don't know how soon we'll get it, given how long it's taken me just to get over that 5th column, but... we'll try to make something of it. But yeah, just needed one good attempt there that was more or less in the zone, and as you can see, ever since that attempt, we've just totally lost it, even from the first jump. That's what happens sometimes, you know, you hit your peak progress and then it's just gone. So that might be a sign that we might want to move on for now and try to hit another peak attempt later. But we'll try to do at least one more deep run over multiple columns and see how it goes. As with many things that are precision-oriented, it might just be a bit of a roll of the dice for me to land that safely. But there are a lot of things that experienced precision players feel in control over, where to me it's very much just luck of the draw whether we hit that pixel. But we'll see. Nice height on some of these. Nope, that was a problem. I could tell that up throw was way off that time. Yeah, likely what will happen is we'll close queue at the end of this level, and then we'll get through everybody from there. And then we'll reassess after that. I say every week that we try to run about 4 hours or so. I always go over, like way over, but... oh, missed. That was looking pretty good too. Okay, that's 2. Yeah, just not very consistent on our spacing on the ascent. It's looking cleaner than it used to, for sure. So. There has been steady improvement. Yeah, when you get lots of height off the top column, that's how you know things are going well. Wow, no, kind of a bad grab there. Yeah, we'll see if we finally get a good deep run once again, now that we've finally seen the drop towards the axe. Died to it. Oops, not quite. Okay, here we go. No, not quite. I think that's probably the deepest one we'll see for now. I need my hands to take a bit of a break from the shelling for a bit, so we'll probably adjourn. Let me just take a look at what the current list is like. And we'll get to King Proclaimed next, and we'll continue down the list. We'll take a look at the clear rate for next level, and then I'll decide whether we want to close from there, just to make sure we play everybody. We got really close, though. I mean, we finally got the drop on top of the piranhas, which was unprecedented. So the clear is going to come eventually. It's just that we might have to do a lot to get there. Okay, King Proclaimed. Let's take a look at what we have here. (4-2) Forgotten Factory of Fools. This overgrown clown car factory has been infested with booze. 3 Bitcoins. And it's more traditional. Yeah, that's nice counter-programming after 2 consecutive Kaizo levels just now, where I've been, shelling for the past half hour or so. Always nice to have a little bit of counter-programming. That's the thing about viewer levels, is that you really do see it as a variety pack. Anyway, let's take a look. Yeah, this is a high enough clear rate that maybe we'll play through this one and then assess and close. I know that both Gritoffy and 06i after this one generally go a bit gentler as well. Sometimes long, but still, on the gentler side. So we might be able to stay open a little bit longer. I just want to make sure that we see as many of the new people especially as we can. Okay, Forgotten Factory of Fools. Part of a Superworld project. Judging by the numbering. And look at that, we've got a clown car. Not sure about that red block down there. Perhaps we'll see if that is just decorative or if there's some reason we'll wind up back there. So yeah, it looks like we have to, in each section, probably get more clown cars and then use them to proceed. It looks like we want to go to the left over there, but let's check this. It'll be a P-switch followed by a P-switch continuation in this area here. There's no way to really hit except from below. And then, oh, okay, so it's P-switch continuation that allows this vine to grow, I see. So it's probably a P-switch activation from either another room or... either another room coming in or... something like that. So you're just going to have a P-switch active, and then that allows you to pop these and sustain the P-switch and make sure the vines grow all the way up. So let's go to the left and see how we can progress that way. Okay. Is that going to be a clown car? Yes, it is. And not yet, it isn't. Let's give it a bit of room. And probably some question blocks along the way, just to see what happens. I feel like this might be something, and indeed... oh, we'll totally fail to catch it. I feel like there's probably some reason to stay below all the way and see what we can get. And yeah, that's a vine. We do need to reposition the boo, and let's leave the clown car above so we can... whoop, trying to go around. Oh, that's bad. That's okay, we got a checkpoint, doesn't matter. Yeah, lots of boos to the left. This kind of blew the clown car, but that's okay. You can just continue to the next room. So yeah, it'll be this. Let's sustain this. Probably obtaining a clown car on one of these sides. Oh yeah, it's just coins on top here. We actually did see it. Oh, on-off switch. That's fine. We know that there's going to be some kind of on-off progression. We kind of detected that in the first room, so we'll come over here and progress. Rather like the structure here. Okay. Let's get over here. And Andy, welcome. Welcome back, I should say. Got in at a good time. I'm probably going to close relatively soon, but got to run up some gentler levels after a lot of shelling earlier, so we'll hopefully get to you before too long. And Ruse Galore, we don't have a fire flower, but it looks like that'll become relevant at some point. Whoa. Oh, let's bump into absolutely everything. There is a P door in this room, which we should be aware of. I think there were... Ah, okay, no, I was about to say something about P switches, but never mind, we don't care. We'll just go for that P door. Looks like that's definitely the way to progress. And we'll even get fire cars. Okay, never mind about fire flowers, it's fire cars. And we know that there is an ice column on the right side to look at as well. Rematch, welcome. Rematch, if you need to replace the code, there is a replace command. If you would like to change something already in queue. Whoops, I wasn't watching that properly. That's okay, we're at checkpoint, we know how to go from here. And interestingly enough, we hit that P-switch really late. Nothing happens because we can't get this. But interestingly enough, if we did this first, and then hit a P-switch in a previous room... Rather, if we hit the P-switch in a previous room, and then hit the block first, and then grabbed the coins and came back down and then hit this P-switch, then we actually have a quick way to go to the P-door, do we not? Or am I forgetting a room in here? Yeah, because then that's a quick way to get to the P-door, instead of doing this sequence here. Which would get you to this location. Also get you a clown car, which we used previously to tap the other P. Yeah, because a clown car is required to get down here while you're still in the on state. Let's get in here. You honestly never thought about it. Oh yeah, no, I mean, you know, you say you never thought about that, but it totally looks like an intended shortcut. Just to compress things a bit for the clear rate. I mean, you know, this is exactly the kind of thing I look at. And yeah, unblocking the clown cars with the red blocks, of course, the boos will come out to play and try to bounce you about. Well, let's go around. And there'll be another P-switch that gives you an exit. In the red state over here, which will be important. We'll need to sustain this in order to guarantee that we get through the red blocks up top. With the P-switch still active, we can get into this room and see what happens. This is the beginning. Yeah, I was noticing the red blocks over here earlier, and I thought, okay, maybe there's some reason to come back. I did notice the hard block on top of the vine earlier, and I guess it is an on-off triggered exit. Because I noticed this as part of the potential scroll break when I was first in this room. I didn't really comment on it, though. Because I was thinking, I wonder if that's just a scroll break or just a decorative end of vine. But of course, we were just looking at the level for the first time at a time, and here we go. That's the exit. You guess you should just put P-blocks over the pipe? I mean, I don't think the shortcut breaks anything, really. I'd honestly just leave it. I don't think it is a problem, necessarily. in some ways, you don't want to constrain the player too much unless it really breaks something in the level. So, and the thing is, you have to know that it's coming. Like, you have to have seen the level past checkpoint before in order to do that. So you would have had to get past checkpoint, seen how the level progresses, die, and then respawn at checkpoint. And I feel like it's perfectly okay to give the player a bit of a shortcut if they are resourceful enough to see the fast way of going back. So I really don't think it's a problem. Thank you so much for the GGs. Let's keep going. My bot cooperating here? Yeah, there we go. Gratoffy is here. Poke Peril Draft. Anyway, speaking of Pokies that were unavailable during Super Discord 5, back when in the version 1 era of the game. See some Poke Peril. Just heads up, this is the first draft and the ending was slapped together haphazardly. Yep. That's fine. That's what playtesting is for. There's a lot of Pokies in SDB6 now, yeah. Justice will be done to the Poke population. Under, I would say. Oh no, it's a hard platform. I always get the hard platforms and the semi-solids mixed up in this style. And, oh, that's a bad idea, and we'll do it anyway. Yeah, amazing how much the Twister plus pipe combination feels like the pipes in NSMB. Just simulates them very accurately. Anyway, here's checkpoint. Not auto scroll, so we'll go back and see what's here. Oh. Secret. I mean, I guess if the hammer levels just can't have their own separate slot in the map, we'll do it this way instead. Oh, I wonder what the P-switch does. Better run and see before it's too late. Secrets. And here we are. Up in the clouds, yeah. Nice little sequence here, especially with that second P-switch, which I know is there for symmetry, but also gives me a bit of a fallback if we just stall for way too long like we did. Of course, as we scroll back here, we're going to misalign all of these platforms in the water effect. Actually, it gives them a bit of a ripple effect here. So, waving up and down. This is very SMB3, like this whole sequence here. You know what, let's just fly with a Tanuki suit and do this properly. We'll probably remove the water in the desert section, yeah. Let's see this first, though. This area is also flyable to the right, I think, depending on how high everything goes. Whoops. And we have a door there. Yeah, I guess this is actually another little flight sequence here, if we can do it. Oh, well, optionally. And no way of getting that 50 door yet, but whoop, 50 coin rather. We'll find it. Looks like this might even be the standard exit. And in one of the very few game styles where the one-tile spikes look reasonable. Let's swim around all the jellies, and shall we switch to fire? Nah, we want to bust this. Yeah, feels like Fire Flower is not what we want here. far as collecting bonuses go. Over to Claw. And we'll just let everything drop. Whoops. Yeah, in general, I find that in all styles, the water themes look pretty great. It's kind of like they have aesthetics as their selling points, knowing that for mechanical reasons, the water themes will get a bit underused sometimes. Wow, what a bad tail whip there. Anyway, here's the ending we were warned about. Very, very pokey. Auto scroll is going to stop for us here, thankfully, but... But you know what? I bet the P-switch just drops the twisters. And we are correct. Only get to do that once, but we only need to. Once. You would say you would immediately follow if I find a 50 first try, but you already did. Do we want to go back to look for the 50? This is short, let's do it. Because it's a door in the other zone, right? Yeah, we'll take a look at it. We'll flutter around. And let this take a note. This doesn't take too long to redo. We'll almost certainly want to keep a leaf for it, though. We know it's going to be a door from the overworld zone here, so just not get hammered along the way. I mean, the door could be anywhere, it just could be... we've explored everything to the rightmost extent over here before, so we know it's not going to be there, but we'll see if we can find... Well, so much for the leaf. However, it might be something P-switch related, perhaps, that would get you there. We've been there before. We haven't really combed over the whole ceiling otherwise, but... It's the evil side of Gratofi, you're saying? Okay. Yeah, I feel like without the leap we're not going to see it, but we'll try it. It could also be something that is... I'm scanning the whole underwater part here carefully just to see if we can do anything with that. We had gone up here previously. I'm thinking that if it is something like a pipe from the other zone, you know, from the water zone that comes back here into some location, that would be possible as well. But then we should look at what some of the exit pipe possibilities are. So we know that we've been through here before. We know that we've been through all of this other stuff before. Interesting. Whoops. And we know that main world is going to be water, so let's see here. We've been up to this location with a leaf. I might take the depth to see if we're able to get a power-up to grab the leaf, but assuming it's a progressive power-up, we might not have an opportunity. You think your 50 coin in Super Discord World 2 was more evil? Yeah, I don't know if I would have found that. Probably not if I just ran the Super World top to bottom like I did. So yeah, that's the leaf location. Obviously we don't have it. In coin location. One thing we never checked, I think, was... We did go above here. We did whip this. I'm just thinking about how much vertical space there is. Going up to Coin Heaven over here. Also, if it's in this location, there's nothing else here that's going to be revealed. I mean, it might be something P-switch related where we take the P-switch quite a bit further. We'll see. We know we're looking for a door, basically. Just trying to look for whether something else B-switch related that could be possible here. Oops. This very suspicious looking gap might do something for us. Or not. This one too. Yeah, we'd almost certainly have to fly around a little bit with the leaf, and so maybe we should put a leaf to explore this properly. Looking at the amount of space that's been built here, it's entirely possible that there is a pipe connection that goes down below. I don't know if we have the full 2 screens of coverage right now. There's a way to check. Let's see, look, we go up here, up here. Let's see. See some of this. I'm just trying to do a rough calculation of how much vertical space we have to traverse. I mean, this is a potential scroll. Oh yeah, you see there's a platform on the right side here. So there is definitely more in the overworld than meets the eye, because you see the wing that's kind of to the right side in the bottom right corner. So something is built past this scroll break that we have not seen. Or past this scroll stop, rather, that we have not seen. So, going back to your comment earlier about taking away some of the water effect, well, that would spoil the clue now, wouldn't it? So we know we shouldn't bother looking in that zone. We know we should look somewhere here instead. And we previously busted that pipe. And King Proclaimed, you're saying you did indeed not see the 50? So I think we have to check every pipe. We know it's going to be something that goes back into the other zone. And we actually don't know how much vertical space we have to work with here in terms of how low we're allowed to go. Or whether there's maybe a hidden pipe that... Well, auto-scroll is going to constrain quite a bit for us here. So let's see if we have a P-switch. You see at the top right that there's a tile that's open on the ceiling on the top right. But we're also not going anywhere here, so... But there's an initial water zone before you get to this area, right? Also, this all looks oddly safe. That was definitely an oversight. You can't see it very well because of the banner saying. Impeached, this will be part of a collaborative superworld, if I understand it. I don't know if I want to spoil myself with the more info here, but... I mean, it won't spoil, really, because it's somewhere in the subworld, and the subworld will not appear. Okay, I think we have to take this, we have to start over quickly. Because I did check all the pipes here. It would have to be some kind of connection here. It's possible that it is a hidden pipe out of one of the water segments. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we won't spend too long on this, but I will try to make a reasonable effort to discover it, just to see how discoverable it is for the purposes of playtesting. Could even be through one of these blue pipes, for instance. Although I doubt we'd really be able to get into them. Yeah, not really. But we should check every pipe, basically, for a potential transition. Not able to get into these unless we move some pokies. And yeah, here we're stopped out. Or change zones. However, we do have the power of flight. This one. And Leandro, thank you for the submission. Okay, might as well hit checkpoints, even though maybe we shouldn't. Oh, and of course we're just gonna miss progressive power up immediately. P-switch. You know what? P-switches drop the twisters in the next room. What if we're able to... No, we're not really able to rush through it though, right? Because it's a bit of a maze to get to the end of this section. Can't really sustain P till that point. Yeah, you're thinking that you will have a reason to remove the water blocks here? You think that's too much of a giveaway? But at least it gives me information that I should not be checking in this area. That there has to be some kind of transition from the subworld into this. Just wondering if we should start over and do more flight. Lead Snooky Leaf. In order to get it. As a secret, it's entirely possible that it could be trapped behind that, so... Oops. Ah, whatever. It looks cleaner without it, that's very true. So I didn't really see an exit point that would be viable here. What if it's a switch or something that unblocks things? I don't know. So we had previously checked this. Just gets you up to the 30 in the other room. We had checked all these pipes. Oops. Because I'm considering the possibility that it's a pipe that's, you know, sort of out of view somewhere, but it would need to be 2 slots wide. Like right here, for instance, if the bogey is dropping. I mean, that wouldn't really be the fairest kind of secret if so, so maybe not. But how secret is secret? We'll see. Whoops. And congratulations, King Proclaimant, on finding that other one. Have to go back to look for it at some point. Okay, so... scanning everything carefully here. Again, we need a pipe transition, for sure. In order for this to make sense, because it will have to be a door in the next zone. We've previously gone through this. No opportunity to check up without the leaf. I am, of course, looking to see if there's anything else that the leaf could activate around here. Maybe not. Yeah, we're not going to push against this too hard. As a playtest level, I'm sure we'll see other versions of this in the future, so we don't absolutely need to. For it all now. Nothing up here. Nothing really down here. Whoop. And that's the end already, unfortunately. I honestly still think this one is harder. Yeah. Well, it has to be a pipe transition. It might be something that's sort of out of view, or it might have to be some other kind of, I don't know, P-switch sequence. I don't think we're able to get it at this point. We're just too far in. Yeah, it might be something that we do in a future draft, but let's try to keep the leaf and come through the level one more time. I feel like it's probably related to the P-switch activation. because that would make sense. Zero 6 Eyes seems to have found it. It's not going to be something as simple as, you know, pushing through a highly visible pipe. It's going to be a little more interesting than that. Trying to see if the spike balls break on any surfaces as they go down. As another bit of a potential visual element to work with here. But yeah, let's fly around with the leaf a bit and see that. Okay. You're saying a bit of a cool gimmick in the water world. Interesting. Well, we know that if we sustain a P-switch somehow, then well, let's see this. For these first. Hit one, and then at least the second one will still be available. One up over here, okay. Just gonna scan this carefully. Now we've seen all this. We did go up on this side previously. Maybe there's some kind of transitional change that happens if you come through this pipe and then go back out. Where you grab 30 coins. Also, we don't know what the fire flower is used for, if it is something that is required for anything else. Because that's one possibility. That we're overlooking the fire flower. Yeah, here's the 50 coin for you. Oh, whoops. Oh, so much for relief. So we won't be able to do this idea here where we go through this transition and go back in to see if there's a state change. But we can try to flower and see what happens. Well, the problem is that, yeah, if you can't go back... oh, whoops. Well, we'll just lose everything instead, never mind. Yeah, it is possible to reverse, of course. Always check reversals. And potential pipe positions. Oh yes, that's right. We no longer have the flower available here. I don't know if that would have gotten me anyway, though, if we are here and we just don't see where the continuations could be. Oh, let's not do that. Wonder if it's something like whipping the spike balls with a leaf. All of these falling here. But that wouldn't really break anything else, would it? Because I don't see what that would reveal. There's a coin down here. Oh yeah, no, because that's what was dropped by the P-switch. Now that does mean that if the P is still open, then we should actually clear everything we can in case there is a pipe entrance right here. That's one thing to check, actually, that we know that we had toggled the P-switch, but I don't think I'd actually cleared out all of those while the P-switch was still active and while the coin blocks that were previously holding the twisters were still in place. Because it is possible if you're able to go down one tile beyond that, that one of those is a pipe. So that's one to check. That's one to check for sure, actually. Because we just hadn't really checked that spot quickly enough in previous attempts. Yeah, because you have to be rather swift about going down there to check for any kind of pipe descent. And that's the only place in that room where you can check with the P-switch because you get the P-switch so late. So I kind of want to try that one right away. I feel like if this idea doesn't work out, we'll make a stop for now. Because the only thing I can think of other than that, whoops, is the door reversal here if you keep the leaf long term. Oops. Whack everything. Oops. That was very silly. Take me out for once. So yeah, we can get the 30 no problem. It might just be totally independent of what's going on with 50. Also, it's entirely possible that something here in this room might have been blocked by coins that you remove, but then that would have to be a door transition still, and we don't see that. I'm thinking about ways in which a door might be covered somehow, but we'll go for the idea of trying to grab the coins quickly in a twister location. That seems like the most promising route at this point, since the heights of those placements are suspiciously safe. We will definitely close after this level, incidentally, since I spent entirely too long on it for something that was initially just a gentle traditional clear. Yeah, so the idea here is that we go for the P-switch. After we hit the P-switch, we try to grab the coins, the blocks that are currently holding up the pokies, as quickly and aggressively as possible. We checked the left one already, I think. Oh no, that's just death. That's not something to stand on. Never mind. That's probably not the clue then, because like you'd basically have to guess if you're checking for a pipe below one of those, but we'll maybe check the last spot and see. Yeah, maybe not that then. Oops. So yeah, it could be some kind of blocking that's happening in this area. I'm just thinking about how anything could seal the door, though. I feel like it's got to be something on the right side of this area, as we spotted much earlier. Appreciate the thorough search. Well, we'll see. I don't know if we'll get it. These pipe junctions are always suspicious to me as well, as far as some of these semi-solid slots up top, although, yeah, the thing is, because it's auto-scroll, we don't know how much the ceiling is being artificially constricted on us. Like I said, one other thing we haven't tried is tail whips on the spike balls over here. Or, for that matter, spawning the zone while P-switch is still active if we're able to do it, which Might be tricky without flight. Yeah, I feel like it can't be something as trivial as just, you know, diving in one of these and checking. No, that's nothing. I feel like we might have to have the leaf. We know the leaf is useful in the water zone that comes after this one because it gives you access to the 30 coin. I'm just trying to see if it is feasible to get down here in time before previous, well, before the P-switch expiry takes hold. I don't think it is. It's just too long a sequence. You know, to have one of the pyramid switches over here and fly quickly enough to make it all the way across. Don't think it would happen. Oops. No, whoops. I keep pulling back a little too soon there and just landing on the ledge. It's okay, it's a draft version, we don't care if we drastically lower the clear rate on a fairly easy traditional level. No shame in that, as a playtester. Oh. Oh, almost did that too. So we know it's possible to back into the previous zone if we're quick about it. I don't see a reason to do it necessarily. We don't see any kind of meaningful concealment over here. Yeah, we previously had a way to get through this, but not anymore. Yeah, I'd say there's no way it's something so simple yet opaque as the off-screen pipe. I doubt it. Well, notice there's a 2-tile slot there to the left that was open, which was conspicuous. I think we had checked that one previously, though. Yeah, I think we're just going to take the clear on this one. Well, if not in this version, hopefully another one will detect it, but I'm going to take a look at more info just in case something in the water zone reveals itself. Oh, there is kind of an upper passage here, so there is some building on the top half. I was checking this stuff too. I was checking it because I was looking at the Poke locations where they dropped, and I guess I had just had to check every single one of them because it clearly does go up in terms of, I mean, and I guess it has to in order to give the Pokés enough room to drop, right? That you see that. What I don't see is a pipe transition on the top part where the Pokés are being placed for the initial locations, because there are some parts here where they block completely. And of course, it's a bit of a track overlap, so it is a hard ceiling in many cases because it's a track overlap that book he's laid out, so maybe I'm wrong about that. But I don't see... Oh, I do see a hidden pipe. I do see it. I basically had to check every location then, because it is actually the third one that is... Yeah, that we're totally spoiling this for ourselves here, but it is the third one below the 3 red pipes. I was checking those locations too, it's just that we didn't check them exhaustively. So I feel like it was on the right track. So yeah, there is a tell, but it's a tell and more info. But you're saying there's a tell in the artwork? Yeah, let's try to look for that actually. Let's just see. I was trying to look for that. I was trying to look for spike balls shattering. I think I just didn't have the third one catch my eye. I was specifically looking for that, in fact. And I thought, oh, okay, the spike balls are falling through. I guess it's not that. So I think I just looked at the first 2 and for some reason didn't look at the third one. I mentioned it in one run, yeah. Because I was thinking, like, you know, looking for them shattering on the surface would be a clue that there's a surface. And so I knew what to look for, I just didn't actually successfully look for it. This does happen with a lot of puzzle levels with me as well, by the way, where I mention the correct solution very early on, and we just totally lose track of it after being sufficiently distracted by other things I want to try. Or more often just being distracted by execution failure. Oh, too close. Yeah, let's try to keep our eye out for it, because... no wonder you believe I found it if you thought it was something I mentioned. So... Well, too bad about the more info cheat, then. So yeah, it's gonna be the third one here. Because we were looking at the spike balls, I was thinking, okay, no shatter, no shatter. Did we just not look at the third one? Shatter, look at that. And there's a frog. Oh, so we do need to cut through something else before the sequence continues. So this is not the end yet. Oh, because you do need a leaf. Yeah, you do need a leaf. Unless there's anything invisible. Oh, there is. Okay. Never mind, you don't need a leaf. Oh, there was some text up there that we totally missed. So I missed the real secret here, which is what does it say up there? But we'll find out when we go back. SDB6. You thought the leaf was required too at first. Yeah, it's the kind of thing where you look at this and think, oh, guess we need the leaf. I guess I'll just get back out. But now we have the frog, and we'll clear it with a frog. Anyway, I probably could have just beaten this with the frog, but we'll take it. Okay, thank you for your patience, especially if you're behind this one in queue. We took way too long. But we got it. And we got it properly. With a bit of cheating. We are going to close queue at this point once I bring in the next code. From 06i. And I'll update my stream title accordingly to reflect that. We're not taking new submissions. Once again, if you're new here, we will stay long enough to play everything else, if we can. And just give me a moment. Oh, you didn't put this code? How come... It says this next to your name, though, so... Oh, I wonder why the bot did that. I mean, it's a valid code, so who knows? Maybe you just copy and pasted something... Or maybe Warp World servers just decided to, you know, do something disastrous. Okay, this looks better. You typed it by hand, huh? Very curious. I had never seen that bug before. Anyway, let me make sure that I mark this stream as closed. And the fact that it was a valid code too, like something must have been, I don't know, crossed over on the back end or something. Anyway, let me make sure the bot display is to reflect that we're closed, and I am going to point the machine translation at this once again. I don't know what I just knocked over, but probably a controller or something. Anyway, let's point a camera at this. Anyway, it says, due to loading issues, the space between the shurikens is a bit off in one place, but please forgive me. Partially revised version. Are we going to see some pom-pom in this one? I feel like we're going to see pom-pom. Yeah, I just knocked down my Pro controller off my desk. The one that we're not using, and so hopefully Intendium is going to hold out there. But anyway, if you heard some kind of noise pick up in the mic, that's what it was. Anyway, let's see some shurikens in the Infinite Shuriken Palace, so I'm told. We may see some pom-pom trickery, maybe. And that would be exciting. So, this is going to be a loading segment of some sort. Thwomp is going to push us in, and something is being loaded down below. It's a long segment. It's going to hit the POW, and then... Oh, okay, it's spike balls. Yeah, okay, so that's some kind of major synchronization that's happening here. Oh, let's not get hammered. However, we'll check the pipe, I said. Mario's just having a good time, yeah. Yeah, it's a big synchronization mechanism of some sort. We'll just find out what it is. Interesting use of the twister trap as well, too. Try to make sure there isn't too much input disruption. As a way of doing this in 3D worlds, since you don't have access to the track blaster push, that's usually used for this kind of loading segment. Mario Maker needs to fix the big Bullet Billy hitbox. Yeah, I was thinking that too because of a level of mine, like an old level that I was submitting around to. See it again as a bit of a throwback where, wow, people really have trouble swatting at Bonsai Bill. And no wonder. Oh. Tight spacing on this, but we got it. It's bones. We can't use fire here, but... Anyway, up we go. Oh yeah, we can wall jump. Imagine that. Okay. Key door, interesting. Oh, I guess we probably do have to wrap around from the other side. Oh, I see. It does cycle back. Yeah, that's what the preloading is for. I was wondering what the preloading was doing to affect the spacing here, and it is because it is an infinite cycling back of the spike balls. Oops. here, but we'll pop these. And boom da boom. Yeah, I feel like the kind of 3D world zone loading method here is something that really has a ton of potential left in it that is underexplored. I feel like I haven't really seen that kind of Thwomp Twister loading mechanism very much. Even though it does allow you to do a lot of this global synchronization stuff in the 3D world style. Are they officially no longer calling them Bonsai Bills? Since when? Was that something new in Wonder? Because I don't know what anything is called in Wonder, since there's no in-game indication of any of that. I mean, you know, we still call Podoboos Podoboos instead of lava bubbles, so we're not likely to change our habits anytime soon. But well, there's no tracks, but I mean, what I'm saying is that the loading mechanism is basically the track alternative in 3D World, right? You can't do music with it since you don't have the note blocks for it, but there's probably quite a bit that you can do with global loading if you can just use that as this global synchronization mechanism to get some timings to work out, because there are just enough global surfaces to work with in 3D World that if you just do a big preload, that actually does have a lot of potential. I haven't really thought through it there, though, so... You think they call them Boomer Bills with a Lego set, but now starting with the Mario movie, they're calling them Bomber Bills. And it looks like they're sticking with it because Mario Party Jamboree is calling them Bomber Bills too. I had no idea, because definitely if you... Oh, I guess if you're just using the Mario Maker palette, you're putting them down as bullet bills before you make them bonsai, right? So there wouldn't be the little voice clip that says bonsai bill. Anyway, I'll probably never adjust from calling them bonsai bills, so... Yeah. Pretty big moment involving them, of course, in the Illumination film. Anyway, let's mark that as a win. Thank you for submitting that 06i, and let's make sure we get into whatever's next. Impeached. Thank you for waiting. And yeah, I guess Ghost Tower Tower of the Dead is the latest upload, if that's the one that you want to see. Let me know if that's not correct, but otherwise we'll just take the new upload since it's hot off the press here. Mario climbs this horrific tower infested with ghosts. Good luck, have fun. It's a very high clear rate. The ghosts are clearly just here for show. But look at that. It's an aesthetic checkpoint flag. We almost never see that. That's kind of nice. Would be even nicer if they still had the sort of placement flexibility that they did in Maker 1, where you could get them on diagonals and so on. Let's go inside. We're clearing the level 2 times with this one. Really? I guess we'll find out. Depending on whether there's some, 50 coin that's totally beleaguering again. Let's see here. I guess, we'll just pop the arrows and continue that way. Room gets you through here. And yeah, we just do state changes and climb the tower, I guess. absolutely nothing will be a danger here, so, you know, everything's just planned around the expectation that Mario still has the mushroom. And yeah, that boo, like I said, is just for show. Oh yeah, the clear check. No, I see what you mean now, that you had to clear it twice just because of the aesthetic checkpoint flag. Just entirely because of that. You were in multiplayer versus. Yeah, I could totally see these working out in a very interesting way in multiplayer versus, because, you know, it's totally non-lethal, it's just that you're pushing and shoving everybody else. Over here's a heart, and there's a THX. We're obviously exploring some more. And yeah, it's the same mansion. No checkpoint 3 flag this time, though. You know, for anybody who wants to checkpoint there, just to, I don't know, do a little victory lap. I don't know if these doors are anything. You can't enter the door, okay. Yeah, too bad. Closed for business. Thank you for that. Yeah, very pretty looking. Shibu, if you're still here. I don't see Shibu on the Twitch chat list, but sometimes that can be wrong or a little bit laggy in updating, so we don't always trust that, but we don't hear back from Shibu, we will skip. And then we'll get into Inventic, who is definitely here. Yeah, given how long I take sometimes, it's understandable if there's a bit of natural attrition. But thank you so much for staying if you are able to. I know I run at a very inconvenient time for everybody. Too early for some, too late for others, and as usual, the Insomniacs win, which is the way it should be. Frostbite and Hellfire. Point 7, some jumps can be achieved in multiple ways, not to be taken lightly. I've been running for about 3 hours at this point, King Proclaimed. It's a fairly typical start time for me. So it's effectively overnight for people in NA and a breakfast stream for people in Europe. P-switch, so it's P-jump, thwomp. And I guess the off switch is just here to make everything look blue. Because it's functionally equivalent to designing everything red, except of course in the snow theme, that wouldn't look very frosty now, would it? Okay. We actually do kind of want to activate the thwomp for a bit of a push and slide on that water, don't we? But I don't know. Because otherwise we don't really get enough height off of this to reach. I don't know about that though, it feels like we're not getting that height at all. But we'll see. Maybe with a bit of a twirl here, but maybe a way to get a bit more height going into this, perhaps with momentum, but we'll find out. Hang on. You know what? Let's activate it. Let's give it a bit more run. Whoops, not like that. So yeah, height getting up to the second thwomp is the issue right now. It's something I will be able to do once we stop pulling back. So yeah, there's a bit of an activation which will allow the thwomp to be slightly further to the left. I'm not sure. The twirl is just going to disrupt that. I don't know if maybe I'm making it the absolute fullest jump possible. Like we really need to just hold into that. And... Oh, we're close. Something I'm missing possibly. Build a bit of speed. Oh yeah, that does it actually. Getting a little bit of height just purely off momentum here. And then we shouldn't twirl, actually. We should just get on the top and go. The twirl is throwing me off. Let's just... Whoops. Yeah, we do want to do the initial dash. For momentum alone. Not quite high enough. Yeah, the thwomp starts pushing. We do want to push against it. And then up we go. And then... I don't see how it is reachable. I feel like we need to dip into that vertical drop. We will need to, in fact. It'll go down to the tree with the pokey. And then the snowball will probably be relevant to something. No twirl. And then we get on top of the thwomp after that wall jump that we've now seen. We're backing up too much into the jumps. And killing too much momentum going in. Oh, shouldn't have twirled. Once again, just need to get on. No, bad angle. So yeah, it'll be a drop. There is a snowball that's kind of to the left of the pokey as well. Set beside the tree. We'll see how that becomes relevant when we get there. Come on. Way overshooting. Yeah, we need a really much lighter bounce off of that that will get us to the right. Maybe even just an immediate twirl to reposition, but I'll have to find out. Just need a much lower and lighter jump on it. Whoops. Bad angle. Do I know how to long jump and twirl jump? Yeah. I actually didn't think about doing a long jump out of the P-switch, like the P-switch long jump. Sometimes it doesn't occur to me. Can you actually do a twirl jump off of the P jump though? I didn't think you could. Because you don't really have enough room to charge that up, right? Whoops. I mean, I know long jump you can do off the P, but I didn't think you could twirl jump off the P itself. Yeah, because wouldn't you just spend too long on the P as it gets compressed? But I can see that the later one is supposed to be maybe a long jump instead of a drop, but we will see. No, once again, let's not twirl. Keep making that mistake. Yeah, there's no continuation past the pokey down here, apart from wall jumping back up, so I can see that long jump should be it. We're just overcorrecting momentum here on the first jump. We should be able to make it. We're just backing into it too much and losing the extra tile that we need. Come on. This corner here is a little bit weird. Yeah, we're just cranking towards it too aggressively. We'll be able to sort it out, just needs a moment. We should try to land a little further to the left of the P, in fact. That's not nearly high enough. You're literally just learning that I made a Pyroponic Garden stage. Yeah, if you enjoyed it, I'm glad you enjoyed it. If you didn't, because it was definitely breakable in a way I didn't expect. That I actually made like a last-minute fix to it when I uploaded it to take care of one thing that I thought would be an issue, and instead it actually opened up a vulnerability where the first time I saw both Pooh and Panga played it, they broke a particular thing that was, you know, something that I thought was a last-minute fix, and instead it opened up a vulnerability that I didn't catch because, you know, you need to be a super fast player like they are to figure that, so it was never caught in playtesting. But yeah, so we can go up that. We would definitely need to correct out of that P jump on the second jump there, though. Twirl jump off P switches. Okay, I didn't know you could, actually. Oh, it helps. Yeah, it helps tremendously. I actually had no idea that you could twirl jump off the P switch. We long jump off P switches all the time, but I didn't think the timing would work out for that. Oh, it's so much better. Yeah, we totally didn't know that. And here's a little one-up for you, just to, you know, keep you going, because this is a test trap. Untapped World of 3D World Tech. I've played a fair bit of 3D World, we just don't play enough that test me on this stuff. You know, I'm not one of those people who just doesn't understand 3D World mechanics after all these years. It's just that we don't see this come up much. We have seen the long jump on the P's come up, but thinking back to the many, many 3D World levels I played, I don't know that we've really been pushed on P twirl jump in anything that I can remember. But yeah. No, I love the 3D World style. I think it's deeply interesting, but and definitely underexplored. There are still a lot of technical tricks that have been discovered in 3D World, but not really put to use in proper levels, I think. Especially when it comes to some of the loading tricks. Yeah, I mean, it is very much its own game in some ways. And it's its own game in a way where you don't have the kind of foundational context of a real Mario game backing it up, because, you know, Maker 3D World doesn't really play anything like actual 3D World. Tons of mechanics are just completely different. It's kind of like how... for instance, if you're playing Super Mario World, right? Like, if you know how to use the cape from having played Super Mario World, then there's a lot that has opened up for you already in terms of just knowing how much you can do with the cape, both as a maker and a player. Now, in 3D World, you have something like the cat suit, for instance. Whoops, we don't need to twirl jump off the first one. You can do tons of things with a catsuit, but it's very hard to make that a prerequisite in a level when people just don't know it, because there's no centralized place from which people could have expected to learn how to play it, right? So I think the fact that we're kind of missing the real sort of 2D, 3D world game that is the basis of this engine and this style, does put a bit of a social limit on what you can ask players to do. Which is too bad, because there are so many interesting things you can do. So. Okay, really push into this. And yeah. I feel like we can do this so we just read the jumps properly. I've been trying to twirl jump on that second one to straighten it out, but maybe that's not the right way to think about it. We need to bend back on that jump quite a bit, though. But twirl jump just straighten out in a way that I think can be potentially useful there. But yeah, tons of very underused mechanics in 3D World. I have a Goomba Mask level that is my favorite one to submit to people when they're streamers that I'm submitting to for the first time. And I made it within the first 2 or 3 days of the 3.0 patch coming out and introducing the 3D World Mask. And to this day, people don't know a lot of interactions with the Goomba Mask. A lot of basic stuff that I was discovering back then. Because they just don't see enough levels with it to have been tested. Because occasionally, you know, once in a blue moon, I'll send that level around again, and it's like watching it back in 2020, where people just don't know what the interactions are. And that's fine, because it was built sort of with the expectations that people are learning it for the first time. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be another twirl. We're not making that jump without it, in fact. I mean, this is basically, as I'm beginning to see, twirl jump on P, the level. Like I said, kind of shocking that we haven't, you know, really seen much of this up to this point. It's late into the game, but very satisfying to do once you do see it and have a level built around it. Okay, let's not miss the up input here. Whoops. Or the wall jump here. This is very satisfying to hit once you do get it consistently. Okay. Push into it. Yeah, it's a nice way to just totally straighten out as the player, and so... Whoops. Yeah, once again, I'm trying to pull back here to get the wall jump, and I'm late. You think a lot of the common power-ups in 3D World have a lot of the tech random explored. But underused items and power... Underexplored items and power upside have the same amount of tech. I think I roughly follow what you're trying to say. Yeah, I mean, you know, Mario Maker is all about the kind of element-to-element interactions, and so... Oh, nope, I'm just late on the jump for some reason. Yeah, autocorrect is unfortunate, but that's okay. We'll try to decipher what you're saying with time. King Proclaimed, I'm not sure... if I can recommend a really good general resource that applies strictly to 3D World. I know that couple of years ago when he was still making videos, Loop and Snoop was really getting into some of the loading logic for 3D World with things like the track blocks. And a lot of that is seriously underused. But in terms of 3D World generally, I don't know if there's a good sort of encyclopedia for it. For such an old and mature game, like the kind of state of resources for people coming into Mario Maker 2 is actually a little bit scattered. Like tons of the advanced tech is out there, and it's not hard to find the docs and such, but there isn't really a good centralized encyclopedia resource or something for people new to this. There's Xi enjoying the highlighter, I see. Try not to sniff it too much. Whoops. What's the clear on this? 5 minutes 30, that tells me nothing. Oh, and we're not even in a fire zone yet. There is a fire zone, presumably. Oh. Yeah, again, have to be really quick about the twirl and jump. Whoa, that's right. Oh. My twirl and jump, I don't mean the first one, I mean on the second one. We're paying attention. Nope, missed it. I'm amazed that we got this without the twirl jump at all. I mean, that's obviously not happening for some of the later jumps, but the fact that it worked at all for this first one maybe gave us a false sense of security. You imagine most of the resources for the first Mario Maker were able to transfer to the second? No, actually. Not much at all, in fact. Because the things like everything from hitbox changes to loading changes to some basic mechanical things. Basically, if you knew Mario Maker 1 well, it was actually kind of shocking how much changed with the engine in Maker 2 that broke a lot of things that formerly worked. Mind you, Maker 2 still introduced tons of new tech to replace that, but I was playing tons of Mario Maker 1 earlier in the year before the shutdown. I actually played more Maker 1 than Maker 2 this year. And I would say that when you play some of the advanced makers who kind of really knew their tech in Maker 1, I'd say fully half their levels can't be faithfully remade in Maker 2. I mean, you still have a lot of the foundational principles of how to work with Mario Maker that still function. You could, for instance, watch most of Steve's videos in Maker 1 and you'd still get a really good understanding of just how to think about things like global loading or spawn blocking or other kinds of combinatorial illusions, but the actual specifics of it in terms of how the mechanics work, like a lot of stuff changed all over the place. Oh. Yeah, actually not stepping on a P-switch at all and using it as a wall jump is even better, I think. Like, that P-switch doesn't really need to be stepped on. Well, I mean, in Vintic, at this point, people are so far from Maker 1 being an active scene that it's absolutely not surprising that a lot of people wouldn't be aware of that. Kind of had to be there at the time in some ways. We don't want to long jump this one. We do want to long jump the second one, but we want to do a bit of a lighter one, or a long jump into a pullback, like a long jump where you pull back and shorten it. I think that's what's necessary to get the height to work out properly. But yeah, the hitboxes of things like semi-solids relative to spikes, like that's very different. The fact that you could spin jump with an object in your hand in Maker 1, that's absolutely huge, because that was, you know, core Kaizo tech back then. A lot of object stacking, particularly with moving enemies, having things like POWs slip off of them as opposed to being carried on them. That was very significant in terms of people building large-scale contraptions. The way that you can offset objects in the editor, in terms of centering things on a half-tile, that was something that was possible in Maker 1 that isn't done quite the same way in Maker 2. You know, the list just goes on and on. Like, the more you know about it, the more you notice it. Particularly every time you go back. I mean, I still love Maker 2, obviously, and so many things in Maker 2, such as Scroll Stop in particular, are just total game changers. But yeah, it is absolutely not the case that you could just read a technical resource in Maker 1 and just copy it over. Yeah, Scroll Stop is the #1 thing that Maker 2 brought to the table, by far. Maker 2 could have introduced nothing but Scroll Stop, and it still would have completely revolutionized what was possible. And, one thing I really hope for with an eventual Maker 3 is more ways to interact with Scroll Stop, instead of just having only ground and hard blocks. You know, if you could kind of get some of those switch mechanisms or fire and ice mechanisms interacting with scroll breaks in a way that's still simple enough to be intuitive, that would really be ideal. Right now, the fact that the only thing you can do with scroll breaks is to work with hard blocks, and work with them in irreversible fashion that can't be spawned back into place like vine blocks can be, it is a little bit limiting. But for example, if you had something similar to vine blocks where it's kind of a resettable scroll break, for instance, that would already by itself be a big game changer. Next time we get Mario Maker. Well, in Vintic, the thing about 3D World that I think makes people feel like it's jank perhaps is that the collision rules are totally different. It is effectively kind of its own engine. This is a wall jump, we have to remember that. And because object stacking and object collision just don't work the same way. And those totally apart from things like not having tracks, for instance. But considering that one of the things memorably introduced in 3D Land and 3D World were that you could have these, you know, stacked Goomba towers and everything. This is missing in Maker 3D World is pretty conspicuous. But in general, like, the collision rules just don't operate the same way in terms of what is allowed to overlap with anything else. There are a few things that can overlap, like mushroom platforms and cloud platforms and such, I think, but in general, the lack of stacks and overlaps in 3D World makes a big difference. So that's correct, by the way. Long jump with a pullback on a first P-switch, then a full long jump on a second P-switch. I just need to get back there consistently, but I was longing to try that because we'd mapped that out as the correct interaction ages ago, and I just didn't get back there. Anyone behind this level, thanks for your patience. We are learning this slowly, but making progress, and so I do want to push at it for a little while longer. Since the tech is interesting, and we're not tested on this often. In the event that I don't finish it this session and put it aside, you are very welcome to resubmit it in future streams if I don't clear it today. because this has been a satisfying thing to work on. It's a fire and ice level. If we can, you know, get to the promised fire segment, I think that would be a reasonable chunk of progress. Whoops. But yeah, you get all kinds of strange things in 3D World when you try to pack elements together and see what happens to collision. Like if you try to, you know, squash a whole bunch of bullies together on one space, for instance. Thank you for the follow. Oops. But yeah, I do love the advanced mechanics, and I find 3D World style actually a lot more satisfying to play than NSMBU, in fact, in this game. Even though the twirl angle is different in a way that always throws me off. In that the twirl doesn't really give you horizontal distance the way it does in NSMBU. Oh, not enough of a pullback. So we can see that there's a red pipe exiting this zone very soon. We're almost out of here. Almost out of this segment, anyway. Oops. So I'll try to beat this segment. I don't know if we'll push that much further beyond that today, but I'm totally fine with learning viewer levels over multiple submissions. We've done that with many people in the past. Oh. Bad idea. Okay. Yeah, you shouldn't twirl too early into that, I think. Landing, but I'm not sure. We haven't really worked out a lot of the mechanic yet. In terms of getting the twirl jump upon landing. Not very consistent on it. But we'll get it. Yeah. Not quite. Really have to charge up the twirl for a moment. You have to be very quick about it. Oh, too short. But yeah, there were a number of reasons that a lot of people who are very deep into Maker 1 only stuck around with Maker 2 for the first year or so. I mean, there are some people who go all the way back who are still active as well, of course. Some of which we do play pretty regularly here, but definitely there was huge generational turnover, and that's for a number of reasons, but definitely among them was that a lot of things couldn't be ported and a lot of technical knowledge was out the window. I think having heard from people who were active with Maker 1 Kaizo, for instance, the fact that you didn't have the spin pickup really kind of hampered their interest in Maker 2 early because it was difficult to adapt. If you're losing a major mechanic like that, right? Okay, let's go up here. And of course, when there is eventually a Maker 3, we should be prepared for it to break lots of things that are possible in Maker 2. In ways that will disappoint us greatly, because we have to find new solutions and possibly less elegant solutions to things that we thought were all sorted out. You know, a lot of community-driven tech around global loading, or music, or checkpointing, or anything like that. It's very possible and even likely that a Mario Maker 3 would break a lot of that and get us to start over. And you knew some people who still stuck with Mario Maker 1 just because of the change. Yeah, exactly. I mean... Definitely we saw earlier in the year, as Maker 1 was nearing the online shutdown, that it still had a very passionate core of players around it, including people who went back from Maker 2 and realized how much they missed Maker 1 in some ways. Even though perhaps we don't properly appreciate what we have with Maker 2 sometimes. And yeah, I'd expect there to be, you know, engine changes for reasons that Nintendo understands and we don't, that might break a lot of stuff conceptually, you know, even if they just make some adjustments to the way entity limits work and interact with things like, I don't know, one-way panels or whatever. Just thinking about how, you know, one-way panels were a big change, for instance, from Maker 1 to Maker 2. The collision doesn't work the same way at all, right? Whoops. Yeah, still trying to push through the first segment. We probably won't take it past that, like I said. Oops. Still missing the spin. Or the twirl, rather. On the surface. Whoops. Yeah, which is kind of why it's unfortunate that Mario Maker 1 is kind of out of the picture at this point, because it is mechanically unique in a way that still had some life left in it. In a way that you still have people who were born after the release of Smash Melee trying to dig up CRT monitors to play Smash Melee, right? Because there's still something going on there that's robust and long-lasting that isn't replicated in the newer games. Whoops. You'd imagine before Maker 3, Nintendo would make a brand new standalone 2D Mario game first. Well, they already have with Wonder. I feel like in an eventual Maker 3, a Wonder theme is practically required. It's the thing I would expect most in Maker 3, is that Wonder would somehow be a part of it. I don't think they'd launch a Maker 3 without it. Which leads to some interesting questions, which is how, for example, you know, if you look at Maker 1 and 2, that the shared mechanical basis of the physics of everything that is not 3D World is actually a bit of a middle ground compromise between a lot of the original mechanics, right? Like, it's closest to the NSMBU physics, but there are definitely physics changes. And there are some noticeable physics differences in Wonder. The biggest one being that, like, spin jumps are actually full height jumps, for instance, which totally threw me off. And of course, in Wonder, none of the levels were designed around spin jumps anyway, so the spin jump is just never really used. Except as a dismount. But there are differences like that where, unless it's its own spin-off theme the way that 3D World is here, with its own engine, effectively, then there would be some kind of physics compromise to get the different main game styles to harmonize with each other. In the way that, you know, SMB 1 and 3 and Super Mario World physics were kind of adjusted around NSMB style expectations in this game. Whoops. And yeah, you would think that it's likelier to be a separate game style, perhaps. You know, especially if they want to do anything with Wonder Flower or anything. But the interesting thing that I think people rightly pointed out, and we talked about this a lot in our stream last year when I was streaming Wonder, is that Wonder actually has a lot more kind of element-to-element interactions between different enemies and course parts, for instance, in a way that's very reminiscent of Mario Maker. That, you know, if you look at the electrical enemies or the popcorn enemies or whatever, they have their own physics interaction that is an interaction with other things in the stage. And that's a very kind of Maker-style aspect of Wonder. That is very much like the core game styles in particular. And it's kind of very noticeable coming from a Maker background that was what Wonder brought to the table. And also the fact that, you know, Wonder had those ugly one-tile spikes in certain stages. That felt like Maker. Okay, let's see here. Wall jump. Long jump, pull back, long jump. Yeah. I think we're going to bail at this point. We haven't really been able to make that second long jump here. We're reasonably close. I'd love to continue to work on this at some point, but we do want to get through the queue without too much delay. So only 2 clears on this so far, so we've actually significantly lowered the clear rate as an early player on this, I think. Not an early player. This has actually been around since 2022, but I thought it was 0.7 or something coming in, and I guess nobody else pushed as hard as I did without getting the clear. But yeah, I can see why it's remained challenging. But at the same time, it feels like it is doable for me with practice. It's one of those that, you know, it doesn't feel like it's too fast for me or too precise for me or something. It's more that we're still learning it and have to build that muscle memory. And that we're not even in the second segment yet, of course. So thank you for that, Inventic. I can see why it stood for so long. And thank you to the patience of everybody behind you in queue. So let's mark that as a loss for now, and I'm sure we'll see it again sometime. Good reason to have a bit of a chat about 3D World, I suppose, though. Anyway, Kevin the Light Blue Yoshi, let's see if we can finally crack this one. As before, not too many attempts on this. We'll just try to get a good one in. For those who weren't here for this earlier, we've been dipping in and out of this one a lot over the past few weeks. We made it to the axe for the first time today, and we died on the landing on the axe because it is a precise landing between 2 piranha plants. And so for the first time, we actually made it over all 5 double shell jump columns. We will try to get an attempt that is that good, but we'll see. If we start stalling a bit, like I said, we will not spend too long pushing against this because we will prioritize the remaining queue, since some people have been waiting for quite some time now. But this will be our 3rd try with this level today, and we'll feel a little more warmed up, I hope, after everything that we've been put through today. We've received some pretty hard content today, actually, compared to the usual. And that's okay. I mean, we need to practice. Whoops. And yeah, we'll just try to get over some of these double shell jump columns. I mean, feeling a lot more confident about it than we used to. But we just need to get some consistency back in order. And yeah, King proclaimed there was that 50 coin hunt. I mean, I'm glad that I at least got as far as mentioning what the solution was. without having gone into more info yet at that time to discover the placement. We knew what we were looking for. We might have even spotted it. We just didn't have the right alignment of thinking about something and actually trying it, which is necessary sometimes for secret hunting. And yeah, I feel like we didn't get the secret in the older level from 2019. I did one for Super Discord World 2. I'll have to go back to it because I know I've cleared that one multiple times. It was one of the ones that I had already played sometime in the past when I ran all of SDW, I guess, end to end a couple weeks ago. Whoops. Yeah. Been seeing this one a lot today, but we're getting better at it. Slowly. And let me make sure I know who's behind this, by the way. Just so we know to rotate to Andy, Rematch, and Leandro after this, depending on who is actually still around. I'm just checking to make sure we don't leave anybody really hanging. Yeah, I see that Andy is definitely around. I think a Rematch and Leandro might have dropped. So, yeah, likely as not, we'll, put in a few attempts on this, and we'll, if we fail, we might rotate to Andy first and come back, or we'll finish on that, depending on how the attempts go. Like, if it looks like we're having some really good attempts, then we'll stick with this a bit longer. Depending on whether we feel like we're tiring out of this mechanically. And of course, if it turns out Rematch and Leandro are able to come back, then we'll deal them in, but... Oh, Rematch is here. Good. Twitch is wrong about that. That's why I check, you see, because the indicator is often wrong. So thank you for confirming that you are here, Rematch. We will definitely get to you. Yeah, so we'll push on this one for a bit. We'll try to make a good run. We'll try to hit the ending. But we will make sure we don't leave Andy and Rematch hanging for too long. Oops. Well, because Twitch has the sort of online list of who's in the channel right now, right? But sometimes it's not up to date. And sometimes it is... I don't know, it's a little bit opaque. That's why I always check this, that sometimes it's not accurately reflecting the current state of play. I wasn't trying to directly tag them in the chat box individually, no. And that is a good point, but I wonder sometimes if that's accurate either. Mostly accurate unless someone leaves the stream up, like if they fell asleep or forgot to turn it off. Well, that's the thing, 06i, is that this actually does happen a fair bit on my stream because of when I run, and you know that yourself from your own experience, because I think we've actually played several 06i levels before, while the Maker was asleep. I think that has actually happened more than once. Where I thought, oh, okay, you're not checking in, and I think you might have drifted off, but this level is quick and easy enough, we'll finish with it anyway. I think we've done that several times. And hopefully you were able to catch the VOD on those. But yeah, that's why I always verify. We're fairly easygoing about the queuing here. You know, we're aware of what it looks like from the Maker's perspective. When you're waiting to be played all day. And stuck behind the double shell jump level, you know. Speaking of stuck behind a double shell jump level, let's not choke too badly here. Okay, we did choke. So yeah, I think we were too far under right on the axe previously. If you look at the piranha plants carefully, left half of the axe is actually the way to go. Of course, that's assuming the piranhas are still pointed to the left. We've only been able to do the column drop towards the piranhas once, so we haven't really worked that out yet in terms of what the precision target on the landing is going to be. But looking at the artwork, slight bias to the left half is better than slight bias to the right half. So that, yeah, we've had one good attempt here over 4 columns and dying on the 5th one in this segment. King proclaimed you believe. Well, the last time you believed it actually worked out, right? With some assistance from more info. Anyway, let's see if we can do it. A couple weeks ago, I would have been very astonished that I managed to make so many runs to the last column at all, actually. Because we were having trouble just getting over the second column when we were first shown this. But we've made some improvements over time. And then I'm sure something else will take over my stream for weeks once we get this one out of the way. Whoop, that was almost flubbed, but we got it. Sometimes there's just enough inconsistency to throw me off, even if we're still reasonably on target. I would like to get more comfortable height off of some of the jumps here, but well, what we can do. Nope, miss. But yeah, we're getting deeper and deeper on a more frequent basis. And that's a good sign. An auspicious sign for finally bagging the clear. Then got bad release on that one, but we'll pick some of this up as we go. And yeah, Kevin, even if we have to do bail out of this one, if it turns out that the remaining levels from Andean Rematch are not going to take us too long, I will go back to this one to try to finish on it. Because we've gotten so close today, I feel like we are within reach of clear. It's just a matter of, you know, not having the controller slip out of my hands from sweat or something. Oops. Okay, there we go. Yeah, like I said, getting better. Not good enough, but better. That was a bad up throw, I could tell. Sapphire, welcome. Getting a little bit better. Here's the fifth column again. Whoops. Oh, and of course we just flubbed the throw completely. High choke potential. And of course this is all assuming that the fire projectiles are not going to hit us, because last time we went down to column we got lucky with those. And I don't know how dangerous the RNG can actually be, depending on their timing on the way down, so... But we'll try to get it. Slipping quite a bit though. Again, there does come a point when it will have felt like that we've peaked for now, and if we hit that point then we'll rotate out of this, because, you know, sometimes it does not make sense to keep on pushing if progress is deteriorating rapidly. But the fact that we've actually seen the piranha plants on screen as often as we have today is a very good sign. Whoops. Hitting start over accurately is also part of the required muscle memory. Luckily, no checkpoints for us to lose here. Okay. Nope. Trying to stay reasonably focused on it. Some of the up throws were better that time, but... you can get a feel for when the jumps feel easier to execute. Sometimes, you know, in terms of whether the height feels comfortable and whether the throw feels like it's on target. Not something you can really pick up on visually, necessarily, unless you're a very experienced player who can spot the flaws in other players. Oop, there we go. Very tight corner there, but you made it. No, bad throw on the way up. Yeah, we hopefully won't lose our progress from overthinking the easy stuff, but to the extent there is any easy stuff, I mean, like I said, it was a time when even the first single shell jump down below here would have been well beyond me. We're getting there. Oh, whoa, bad throw. I'm trying to be a little bit more patient about lining up the up throw, because it does help. And we do have the time to do it, but we don't want to overdo it, of course. And overthink the correction. So we'll see how badly we slip on this. I mean, we've seen the piranha plant column so many times now, though, that it does feel like the attempt is coming. It's just race against fatigue. I'm very fussy about things like avoiding strain injury when it comes to handling the controller. That's one of the reasons why I'm not like a super serious Kaizo player. It's actually for musician reasons. I'm very finicky about my wrists. Whoops. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, I mean, you know, in the end, even if all you're doing is playing Kaizo levels, you kind of have to protect yourself physically, right? Like, you shouldn't be hurting through it. Very bad for you if you do that to yourself and still want to play video games in the future. But yeah, even with things like, you know, button spam levels and the like, I try to have button techniques that reduce strain and don't get yourself to cramp up or anything. And there are techniques for that. This session today got off to a start with a level where I had to kind of crouch 90% of the time, and that was a little bit hard on a D-pad thumb, but we're getting there. Almost. Okay, we'll try to get at least one more deep run here, and we'll see how we feel about it. We will have time to do the remaining levels in queue, and we'll make sure of it. So if any of the people behind this one do need to go relatively urgently, I'll try to accelerate you a bit, and like I said, I'm willing to come back to this one afterwards. I don't want to hold people back for too late if they need to crash out. Whoops. But we've been very close to finally clearing this one off the table today, so after several weeks of seeing it submitted on and off. Okay, the up throw's a little bit off again. We had it right for a while. We're starting to lose it. Actually, even the first throw is starting to fall apart a little bit. So we might be past a peak already for this set of attempts, but we'll try to see if we can recover that slightly. And if we don't, we don't. Okay, that's good. That was solid. Getting there. Not the most consistent, but... Am I going to play any new 2024 releases on stream? Yes. I'm actually in the middle of going through SteamWorld Heist 2 right now on weekdays. We're close to the finish. It's a great game. It's so much bigger than the first, and so much bigger than most tactics games, actually, that I've seen. But we're likely to finish that sometime in the next week. It's a very high priority for me to play Echoes of Wisdom when it comes out later in September. That's top priority. And we may even be taking a bit of a break from Mario Maker to get that done. I may be able to squeeze something in between that. I was looking at seeing if we could fit Pizza Tower in, actually. If we don't do it this month, then we'll definitely try to squeeze it in later in the year. Since the Switch port was just released. So we'll see, but definitely Zelda. And definitely finishing up with Heist 2. And we'll see, there's a lot that I So I only really stream off Switch because I'm on a fairly old computer for my streaming, so I just pull video from a capture card, and I can't really stream anything I'm playing on PC, which is unfortunate because I'm actually quite a big real-time strategy player, and this has been a big year for that with, you know, the Age of Mythology remake and the Alpha and Stormgate and all that, but I haven't been able to stream any of that, basically. And I haven't really been playing that much of it either because I've been prioritizing the things I have been able to do on stream. So yeah, I mostly just stream off my Nintendo Switch alone. Sometimes we have some things on PC that I can do in browser that I can play, but otherwise performance on my stream is just not there. I mean, it's barely holding up to my current capture card, in fact, which is why we have so many audio problems often. But yeah. Definitely looking forward to the seeming flexibility of the new Zelda game in terms of what you can do. Certainly love that about the experience of streaming Tears of the Kingdom. We did that last year. Put in about 400 hours in a game with 0 paraglider. We picked up the paraglider after the end credits, but we're kind of strategically, well, originally accidentally, but then later strategically avoiding it until then, just to see what would happen. And it was just a remarkable experience. But yeah, generally when I choose to stream things, I want to make the experience at least somewhat distinct. We spent a good chunk of earlier this year on the Thousand Year Door remake, for instance. I did it with all badge points, which is a wonderful way to play because it doesn't even feel restrictive. Like, Thousand Year Door is so well designed that, you know, you can self-impose a constraint like that and not only do all the content successfully, but do so with lots of interesting approaches that are possible and different strategic decisions that can be made, and which really just goes to show just how beautifully designed that game is. But yeah, we usually try to prioritize streaming things where the experience will be kind of distinct to my playstyle in a way that's worth watching. And later in the year, we will definitely be covering 9MMC, 9th Mario Maker Celebration, when the levels are out. I don't think I expect to finish anything for it as a maker this year, because I just have too much going on, but never say never. But definitely we'll be at least covering it as a player, because that has been a kind of core constituency for us in Mario Maker for a very long time. The stream, in terms of Mario Maker, kind of got started on the basis of my involvement in 4, 5, 6 YMM, and a lot of the wonderful makers who came in from that side to begin with, so we've been supportive of the anniversary projects for a long time. Why is it not a name year anymore? As in, why is it not YMM, Years of Mario Maker? Because the original Years of Mario Maker series, starting with 1YMM back in Maker 1 up until 6, was very much Kavik's baby in some ways. Like, he had a great deal of oversight from a playtesting and its overall kind of stylistic perspective in order to... I mean, basically, the collaboration scene was diverse enough in Maker 1 that it was kind of important to him that YMM as a brand had a very clear design identity in terms of what people could expect from the level structure, lack of soft logs, the difficulty, the technique required, etc. And as a collaboration, it was actually very centrally playtested with that in mind. So it kind of made sense when it was more of a Maker 2 centric generation that started taking over from year 7 onwards to have a rebrand as Mario Maker Celebration. Because even though it was a lot of the same makers and a lot of the same people involved, the process and the way that it kind of reflected the changing aesthetics of the Mario Maker community felt like it was a distinct era on its own. And yeah, King Proclaimed, you've seen some clips of No Glider runs, and it's crazy. Yeah, the thing is, I was learning the game with No Glider. I was going in blind. I didn't map out anything in advance. I didn't know that there actually was tech for giving Link a soft landing from a dive. I learned that long afterwards from people, you know, doing their own No Glider stuff. So we were basically crashing through it with vehicle designs and figuring it out that way. Chess coming in was 69. Very nice. And thank you so much, Chess, for coming in. And I hope everything was fun over there. It says you're playing something retro. I don't know what it was. I seem to have this sense that you were doing a lot of Mega Man lately or something, but I don't know if I confused that with someone else. But yeah, I hope you've been enjoying whatever it is you've been running over there. How goes the double shell gems? We've been crashing against this. It has recurred over the last few weeks, and we're actually very close. This is a level that's just pure consistency, 5 double shell jumps and a tight landing. And we have gotten to the landing, we just haven't actually done it yet. And yeah, Chess, I mean, you know, you're familiar with Kevin levels. I suppose you probably cleared this one already. Proclaim, am I S ranking or am I just in the online modes now? S ranking. Oh, you were asking Chess about the Nintendo World Championships. Yes, that's right. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying that. I haven't gotten that yet. I was a big fan of the NES Remix games on Wii U. And so, I know Nintendo World Championships is kind of like a more multiplayer or speedrun-centric successor to that, and so I do mean to look at it at some point. It just hasn't fit into our schedule here at all, and I've seen, of course, that a lot of people here in the Mario Maker adjacent space have been running it. And Kevin says that Chess cleared this previously. I trust him on that. But yeah, Kevin level. And we may be bailing on the attempts here pretty soon, actually, despite lots of people coming in here to see me crash against it, because I'm slipping a little bit on the attempts. But anyways, thank you so much, Chess, for bringing in such a huge crew today, and really glad to see you here as always, and hope you've been enjoying everything you've been playing. And King Proclaim, pretty interesting release from Nintendo with a speedrunning focus. Yeah, it seems like, you know, if you think about how Nintendo has been doing some of the Switch Online releases with modded versions that give people items out of the gate and so on, that they're very interested, it seems, in finding ways to teach newer players a way into the older games, and kind of get a sense that Nintendo World Championships was a big part of that. That for people who are kind of too young to have known the NES while it was current, it's kind of like they're working on contextualizing the material and giving them a way to understand it. I mean, you know, the appeal of these games is very self-evident. It's just that I think sometimes, you know, a kind of gamified training mode is actually not a bad idea for getting players into some of the nuances. Although the thing is, though, that like the speedrunning focus is something that's very much, in some ways, not my playstyle, where I really miss Super Mario 35, for instance. Absolutely loved Super Mario 35, and I wish I could have spent more time on it. Because it kind of came out at a bad time for me to be playing games. And one of the reasons that I really missed Super Mario 35 is because it basically sort of got people back into thinking about ways of being good at SMB1 that are not just all about speed, right? Like, it was kind of like a reminder that, okay, you know, the coin placements, the power placements, the ability to enjoy this game slowly as well as fast was something that was actually very critical to its design. And that's something I talk about often with the newer Donkey Kong games as well, like the retro DKCs, is that they're very good at capturing this idea that, you know, these levels are very fun slow and they're very fun fast in two completely different ways, even if it is the same layout. It's like two different games that are overlaid on each other, level by level. And it's... sometimes I think something that, with retro games in particular, that people lose sight of sometimes, that, you know, obviously there's a huge speedrunning community, the expertise is out of this world, but there is still more to these games than just speed, right? And I thought 35 was probably one of the most successful attempts recently at capturing that. And of course Nintendo just had to take it away. And yeah, King Proclaimed, you were saying that a lot of the challenges are kind of like a trainer that builds up to the legendary challenges. Yeah, it seemed that way. And Chess, you're saying Mario 35 ruled in the past tense. Yeah, there are some people who still play on, I think, an unofficial server. Like, there's some group that actually does get together for it. For a tight competitive lobby, but naturally I think that's a pretty small crew. I haven't looked into that myself, but definitely there are people who are doing it through emulator or something and have some kind of modded server setup. Yeah, a big anniversary year for Nintendo next year for sure. For the 40th. Whoop. Okay, I don't know if we'll really crack this one this time around, Kevin. We're starting to lose it a little bit. And like I said, I want to prioritize the new people in the queue first and then maybe come back to this one. So we'll bail out on this pretty soon. We'll stay long enough, you know, to keep things interesting today too. Have a chance to catch up on some conversation with the people coming in with the raid. But yeah, King Proclaimed, Switch 2, and whatever Mario is bringing at launch, that will be something to watch for sure. Has been conspicuously long since Odyssey, or technically since Bowser's Fury. It is strange to think, for people who have followed Nintendo for so long, that, you know, it is now that they are kind of at the peak of their cultural prominence in some ways. At least the highest peak since the days of the NES. Whoops. Okay, we're starting to lose it. We've been so close. We've gotten to that final column so many times. But we've only been able to do drop once. I need to give my hands a break from this level. Just, you know, for safety and endurance. Kevin, I'm going to mark this as a loss and eject it out, but if the remaining levels are quick, I'll try to come back to this one if my hands are still holding out today. But I'll have to make that determination after we play the rest of the queue. If that's okay with you. I do still see Andy hanging around here, I think. You might want to confirm with me. I will load this up regardless and look at the clear rate and see how things are going. And do let me know if it's the correct code. I did see Andy replace this at some point earlier. Yes, thank you so much for waiting patiently. I'm Going to try to give yours some proper time. So Kevin, I don't know if it's the last attempt for today. We'll see how quickly the remaining ones go. And we'll see how I'm doing A for time and B, you know, how my hands are holding up. But Kevin, if you can't stick around, that's okay too. But if you're still around, we'll see and we'll make a decision at the end based on the remaining 2 or 3. Now, because we know Andy is here, we know that a rematch is here. Yep, thank you for checking in. Rematch will do yours. I think Leandro is gone, but we'll check around regardless. But anyway, furious over his first loss, Meowser upgrades his castle defense system. Let me just kind of shake out my hands for a moment here while we recover from all the shelling. And then we'll do Chasey Land 2. Okay, so Meowser is going to chase after the scroll break comes in, after we lose the mushroom. Yeah, okay, so I just need to get into the pipe quicker before the scroll gets it out of the way. So, yeah, we need to take the mushroom before the scroll break, and the fire is still visible at that location, as you can see, so we shouldn't just drop into the lava there. But we should go for this quickly, just to have some damage protection, and then head up immediately. So yeah, auto-scroll chase level, we'll gonna make a reasonable run on it. What is this? Oh, no, we go bottom. Totally didn't see that. Just coins in that block though, as far as I can tell. Okay. Yeah, we really have to watch some of the bottom entries and pipes, but otherwise this is pretty navigable. The coins do lead you down. Just totally looks like a wall jump because you don't see the floor for a while. This is a long jump. This is smash. And then a wall jump out of this, so we want to do it safely. And oh, cat bell. Yes, we want that. We want to bypass Boom Boom. No, we actually just need to kill Boom Boom for the key, I think. If Meowser would kindly get out of the way while I do that, that would be really quite nice. Come on, jump, jump. Get out of here. I don't think he wants to get out of here. Oh, there we go. Oh, Boom Boom's gonna get bumped by something. Oh. One more. Yeah, we can kind of constrain Boom Boom in this position. That's not too bad. Checkpoint. Don't tell me I got stuck. No, we should be able to fall out the left, right? No, we're stuck. Don't tell me. We actually got locked. This is the ceiling lock. Yeah, you gotta check the semi-solid ceiling lock. When you have ground tiles on either side of a semi-solid, no, you need to give the player an out, basically. Like this is... Oh, no, no way. Okay, never mind then. We got it. Okay, never mind then. Spoke too soon. We just needed to sit on a donut block for long enough, right? Okay. That worried me for a moment because, like, as you probably know, like, this is the classic maker trap that even very experienced people fall into sometimes. Oh, too bad about the cat suit there. Long jump here. We missed it. And the bully's gonna bully. If we get a power up here, that'd be ideal. I feel like that's a progressive cat. Oh, that's going to demolish everything, unfortunately. That was Actually, the crates mostly survived. Looking at it. Yeah, this is pretty nicely spaced as far as Meowser chases go, actually. I mean, we had some issues reading some of the clear pipe entries in the first zone simply because the entry points were so low. That was just a bit of an input error on the long jump. Whoops. Oh yeah, you can actually see the donut blocks on the top left here. It's just not clear that this connects. Like in this spot here. Which we'll foolishly run to. Yeah, okay, so you can actually see them drop. So, that's fine. Totally looks like a trap at first, though. So yeah, we need to kind of keep pace with the auto-scroll when it comes to height here. Since it will slightly be outpaced by the lava level, I think. Cat? Yeah. Cat is amazing in this section here. So we don't even need to roll through that one tile gap. Oh, come on. Get out of here. Whoop. Yeah, I got a little obstructed by the fire there. I just couldn't see that we were in a wall jump state. That's okay. And yeah, we need to remember to long jump that. I do miss that one quite a bit. So no count for me this time. No Mario for me either. Okay, let's not be so sloppy about the long jump later. It's very clearly visible. And pretty easy to do, as long as we're paying attention. Oh, whoops. I was trying to get off the bully and get back on the wall, but that was a little bit too late. Okay, let's jump this way, and then... Cat will just take this easily. The way we'd like. We just need to sneak out here quickly enough. Whoop! Didn't get the wall cling that time, I just backed out of it or something. Yeah, some really nice ideas here actually in terms of, you know, giving the player a lot to do side to side during the ascent, which I think is kind of essential at this sort of auto-scroll or lava pressure speed. Because the pacing problem when it comes to doing rising lava or poison is not as easy as it looks, and it's very easy to see some makers really flip that sometimes when it comes to creating a situation where you are either hugging the ceiling all the time or just, you know, forced in a very narrow path or waiting too much. But yeah, with a lot of compelling reason to go side to side a lot and also stay active on the map, like when you're wall jumping up columns with lava coming up. There's a lot of variety here to keep things interesting. With just enough pressure too on things like the little one-tile cat slot that we saw there. Whoop. Almost flipped that. Luckily we got to dive. Oh, this is a long jump. Yeah. We just didn't think that through. It was so obvious long. Oh, whoa, let's not do that to the crates. Yeah, we're grabbing too many crates. Actually, we shouldn't do that. Pop that. Okay, who's got the key? Boom's got the key, right? Surely. Oh, it's Pom Pom, actually. And we're just gonna get mobbed here. Made this level in only 4 days? Yeah. Well, it seems like you had a burst of making momentum there. Yeah, funny how sometimes, you know, you can be making something for ages and the concept just doesn't come together, or there's something to debug that just breaks, or something that keeps falling apart in playtesting. And then every now and then you can just whip something together quickly that actually bolts together well. It's not just like that with Mario Maker 2 as well. It's something that you hear about a lot of creative disciplines sometimes, that like sometimes you just slave over something that doesn't work, and then occasionally it so happens that you'll put something together that goes unusually well. Where the problems just kind of solve themselves as you go. It's always a nice feeling when that happens. Okay, we really shouldn't have hit that spike on the right. That threw off my pattern as soon as I did that. But yeah, we know we can get up to the boss on the top of the column. It's just that the level gets quite busy at that point. But it looks like it's the key on Boom Boom again, and it's just a lot of fire. Whoops. Just fell off the edge on that long jump attempt. Hit this quickly for the mushroom, and then lose it immediately. Alright, no cat for me this time. Let's get rid of this before it causes too much trouble. One tile high is actually not too bad for this slot here, so we don't need to go through. If this piranha would like to take me through, that'd be great. And then, yeah, we can't stall for too long on the wall jumps here. We do have to keep going and stay above the spikes. A little hard to read that one as it comes in from the top right, but we do have a little bit of room to be cautious before the lava starts taking out the ground underneath. Okay. Oh, nope. The bully was just in my way that time. King Proclaimed, you've hit your limit for tonight and was fun joining the stream. Yeah, thank you so much for dropping by and giving us so much conversation as well. Your faith in my abilities is appreciated. I guess you kind of had a moderate success rate with that today. At least with the Gratoffy 50 coin. Whoop. And yeah, thank you so much for joining. Okay, let's get through here. Long jump. Yeah, good. Got it for once. This will hopefully be a bit more reasonable with Cat. And we'll just not get burnt by too much here. The secondary cat bell, we'll actually leave that on. It's not going to get squashed out, is it? But, oh. We, however, will get zoned out of that. So yeah, Pom Pom, we've got it. Get it here. Now this is going to be a bit busy, which I always love seeing ideas with Pom Pom because she's very difficult to make work, but it's always impressive when people can make her work. One way to do it is just to have a very kind of aerial fight in a way, where the landing zones are kind of constricted and you get some concentrated control points. But another way to do it is just to, you know, have to get through a lot of material on a somewhat busy layout. Not too spammy, but just busy enough that reaching the correct pom-pom is actually something that takes a bit of work. Now, of course, having Big Meowser be the obstruction might be a bit much, but that's often the case whenever Big Meowser is involved and whenever he's given enough room to land. He's got a massive landing box. It was actually one of the first things I figured out about Maker 2 when it came out was trying to figure out Meowser's spawning and landing rules, and yeah, the box I think is just absolutely gigantic. We know we will have access to another cat bell if we survive that long. Whoop, let's not grab the boxes. Now, will it be a progressive power-up? Or, yes, it will be. That's why we didn't see it as a cat bell the last time we were here. Oh, trying to hit the hammer here, and that did not go well. Trying to hit the Goomba, and that hit even worse. Anyway. Yeah, so Pom Pom parachutes in over to Keydor. That's our initial spawn position, so if we can snipe the first hit there, that would be great. We'll get back there and we'll see if we can make it work. Okay, Bowser's ball out of the way this time, at least, once we get up in position for cat climb. Nice spacing there, actually, in terms of just barely getting out of the way. Much like the actual 3D World finale itself, where it's cat versus cat. Oh. Hit the creeper, that's okay. As long as we retain the mushroom, we are able to get the second cat bell. So let's... Oh. Okay, just in time to get the cat bell to spawn before we lose it again, of course. We need to get Ribbon Hammer, for sure. But Fire Piranha on the right is... it's not a Fire Piranha, it's just Piranha. That's okay. We'll just stand out of the way of where Photoboos are being dispensed. We're not going to reach that one, are we? Yeah, Keydor. Through we go. And we will need to hit this gate to proceed. So before we do that, we're going to power up. So we're not time constrained by anything. Oh, no, it's just a blue pipe. Okay. No, I was trying to dive through here. It's a bit quicker than that. In terms of what we need to do. So, probably just mushroom this time? Yeah. No, we should do that. It's just a standard jump. Interestingly enough, if you have the cat, you can climb over to the 50 coin, and I think the implication is that you just make it over there instead. We should have detected that when we spotted the 50 coin earlier with the cat, that the cat route is to not take the bottom pipe. Yeah, and that goes over. In fact, whoops, we should have just long jumped this. And we got a little Meowser here. Just a little bit too slow for that. Also, we're tall there, which actually does constrain the jump ever so slightly. Anyway, let's leap. And get the cat. As long as we don't take damage, that's basically a bit of a freebie of a cat bell. So we should make use of that. Hit. Nope. Higher bounce off of that. Yeah, we're a little tight on time against that POW there on the left. Having the cat suit does make it easier to get out of that 2-tile high passage in that area. We'll see if we can make it happen. Yeah, I need to be quick. Oh, not quick. Missed. Yeah, that's a bust. Yeah. Once again, let's make it over. Try to be a little more precise about the pipe entries this time. Oh no. Wow, Bowser just obstructing me right at the exact moment that I needed to see what my position was. That's too bad. It's like the blooper item in Mario Kart. The actual deadliness here just comes from obstructing the player. Obstructing the view of the action. Much worse than Bowser actually hitting me in that position. Just choosing to block the screen instead. The Nintendo assist trophy or something, you know? Okay, got it. Let's not get distracted by the 10 coin yet until we see what's coming. Oh, we got multiple Bowsers coming in. Multiple Bowsers coming in hot. And we'll lose the cat. We'll almost lose another cat. Luckily, it was just a block that was destroyed. Skip squeak. Yeah, having the cat helps so much here. Oh, we don't overshoot. No, come on. Or miss the up pipe, which happens with so many up pipe entrances. Even if you're just slightly off. Just pop your head against those. You're a half a tile off center. But anyway, let's see if we can fix that up. Oop. Yeah, we'll go for some of those coins some other attempt. Oh, bad position. Now, there was another cat build available soon, wasn't there? Or right here? Yeah, good. And we'll just get up in place. Luckily, we can just skip the wall jumping. And the piranha. Okay, up pipe. There we go. Nice and clean. And yeah, cat power is really saving us here. Never mind. I mean, we were in a bad position for jumping at that point. I didn't really quite see where the continuation was, though, when we were stuck there, so... And Bowser was also obstructing my only route. But that's okay, we know where that is now. We... Come on. And totally flubbed the up pipe. On our way to fixing it. Okay, up we go. And forward. Come on. Oh, yeah, this is a disaster, this one. Too many phantom inputs here. Too much swiping. And of course, missing the POW doesn't help. To be very accurate on the ground pound on top of the POW. That really makes or breaks that section. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, I think for some of the up pipes and entries that the camera scroll does occasionally hide the floor a bit much, but it was something that we noted in the first section as well. But other than that, generally, the pacing has not been too tight. Okay, we don't need to be distracted by that cat bell if we're still a cat. Not going to stuff that one in the pocket. Long jump through here, pull back. No chance of getting that 50 coin on time. Okay, we'll go straight for that, since again we already have the power up. Wow, okay, no, I didn't see the ceiling come in there. That was the issue. Yeah, we came in too high there. Couldn't get the wall jump due to misreading the ceiling. Inching forward, though, when it comes to progress. Accurately hit the POW, good. And of course Bowser's going to try to obstruct my vision again, but not so fast this time. We learned a thing or two about his tactics. Whoa, that was getting obstructed by the Bowser flipping up towards us. Probably should have just taken a hit on that, knowing that another cat bell was coming very shortly. That time was of the essence. Anyway. Good hit. A little off-center, but not so off-center that it mattered. Yeah, let's wait for the float on the crates. Luckily, the little Meowser is out of our way this time. Scramble our way up. Oh, no. Overcorrected there. Which means we'll have to do this the hard way. That's okay. Cat Bell is available as long as we get out. No, 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 no. Come on. There we go. I feel like this is a little behind pace and that we're going to get caught on top here. Ah, okay, this is... You can dodge into the pipe on the right side. Yeah, we need to POW while he's grounded, and we need to do it 4 times. Unless it's little Meowser holds the key. But I feel like we're far enough into the level that it's actually Big Meowser that we're trying to kill at this point. It is 4 pounds with him grounded. And technically that clear pipe on the right side is a dodge location if we hit it. But I'm not sure what we'll use it for just yet. Unless we're really kind of in trouble in a claustrophobic situation. And need to get out that way. While waiting for the Meowsers to dive somewhere else. Getting stuck in some corners here. I know, I was trying to crawl all the way up, but then the crate was potentially posing an issue there. Here we go. Okay, bop that. Get this. And we'll get through here. Yeah, well, I mean, we know how the rest of the sequence is going to go at this point. We just need to make sure we make the timings. Don't get caught on too many things along the way. Bully area over here, that's fine. Yeah, we don't want to get caught on the right side of the wall. I feel like this little bit is actually a bit awkward. Okay, we got ejected out of the pipe, and luckily we made it back in just in time, because you don't want to enter the pipe too early, essentially. Okay. If we can get rid of the little Meowser too with 2 pows, that's great. Actually, 1 will do. Seems like we did have 1 hit on him already, so let's try to get the big one on the field, and we've got a pretty clear playing field now, as long as we don't dip into the wrong pipe. And even if we do, I think the screen constrains us and sends us back on either of these pipes. Left or right. Okay, come on. Spawn. No, not gonna do that. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to get into some kind of position for a cat dive over him, but that wasn't happening. I mean, I guess you could do the fight the Astroy way, where you just slap him with the cat claw all day and take entirely too many risks to do so, but no, we're not doing it that way. Kevin, I don't know if I will. I think we're running a bit late at this point. I didn't expect to take this long with this one, and we still have at least one from rematch after this, so... I think it's unlikely, but, you know, we'll see, because we are at the clear here, so... You never know. I mean, it looks like we need Cat Claw to climb up here. I don't know if that blue pipe is anything. Let's see here. I'm gonna make it over just in case we do have some kind of bonus. Over here, it's nothing. But thank you so much for the GGs. And we will do rematches level next. This might be the closer, but we'll see how it goes. Like I said, I usually aim to run about 4 hours. I think every time we do viewer levels, we go way over. But we'll see how things are going. Okay, rematch has been waiting for ages. STW1-1 Vine Grown Caverns. First real level of Super Teso World. Explore this overgrown cave. Okay, let's see it. And yeah, Rematch, thank you so much for staying. I know we've kept you back for hours at this point. Looking forward to seeing this. SMB1, haven't seen too much of that today. Probably should have kicked it down here, but that's okay. Let's go down to Vine. Nope. Alright. Right, because the shell's supposed to give you something here. Probably a power-up, or at least a 1-up. And it's just Vine to Vine over here. Luckily, nothing in this column where you do need a free landing zone. We hit the Goombas anyway, but, you know. The level does help you out a little bit here. Oh, you actually do need to stop it to pop this repeatedly. So maybe it's something good. Yeah, so there's... I mean, this is basically like a little Donkey Kong minigame, like arcade Donkey Kong. We just need to kill the Goombas, actually. And just clear out one column. You see, that's exactly the kind of moment where you would expect the Donkey Kong amiibo costume in Maker 1. Exactly that section. Nope, whoops. Let's not be too aggressive about this. Andy, looks like Meowser's Wrath couldn't get me. Well, it didn't get me too many times. I guess we died to other things instead. Yeah, we'll definitely try to kill the Goombas. I just hold the up and put it in here a bit too aggressively sometimes. Oh, or we could just go up this way. There we go. It's gonna be a vine curtain over here. As expected, we'll want the whole thing, I'm sure. We'll want to kind of stay in the middle here where it's clear. To the extent that we can. And then over here. Okay. Yeah, the tracks are very visible in terms of safety zones, so now we're big and we'll be even easier to hit. Okay. Let's get back over, and there's a checkpoint right there. Looks like there's a bit of a continuation of above. I mean, the continuation is going to be the pipe, but let's check what this is anyway. In case it's fun. It's kind of fun. Anyway. We checked. Googling time. Alright, let's just dodge everything. Wasn't terribly threatening. Flagpole, yep. Look at that, we even bounced right off the top. Yeah, nice way to close today, actually. It had a very distinctive identity to it. Very happy with it. And, you know what, Kevin, let's try the shells for a bit. I'm going to do one last check for whoever was last in the queue. I think they're gone, but... we were close enough to getting the shells. I will see. My hands are only going to last for so long, but... we have a lot of people here. We've been Very, very close. So I'm going to go back to your code. Let's just go back to played. And get the shell jumps out of the way. Clear rate has been dropped below 1 at this point. I think that's mostly my fault. Okay, no guarantees that we'll stick with it for that long today, but we'll do this last so we're not, you know, keeping anybody else waiting. And thank you once again, Rematch, for that level, by the way. Had a very distinct visual and mechanical identity to it. Again, like I said, it was very much the kind of level that felt like a DK Amiibo level back in Maker 1. With all divine climbing. But very well put together. Okay. Drop this. Yeah, we'll see if we can find that timing again. On the up throw and the shell, but the last two levels kind of gave me enough of a break from the throwing that I am up for another round. Possibly not for too long, Kevin, just so you know, but we'll try to make something happen. Okay, let's do this. Well, almost off to a good start. Well, better start than usual, you know, just getting over 2 columns or so right away. We just need to get everything to come together. One good solid run. And we'll get this one out of the way. If we can. But yeah, we'll see how we do. I'm probably not going to push it past, I don't know, another 20 minutes or so. I don't want to set a hard cap or anything, depending on progress, but just to give you realistic expectations for how long we'll be grinding. Like we were discovering earlier, it is a good, you know, conversation background kind of level, so. Just try to get back in order. And if we can't get back on track, then, you know, it might just not happen, but the attempts have been getting better. Like, the median attempt has been getting better. And that's very important to recognize. Anyway, not too much else to talk about with this level, though, apart from the Piranha Drop Eddy ending itself, which we'll just have to reach if we want to see it properly. We've been having a little bit more trouble than usual with the lower shell. It feels like it's worse than it was before. So we need to figure out what's wrong there. It is a release that's too early right now, that's clear to me. Yeah, we're having a lot of early releases on the bottom shell, from what I'm seeing, and so we at least know what we should be fixing. Seems to be the case anyway. A lot of it is just about finding the rhythm again. Maybe we'll get it, maybe we won't. One thing's for certain, I'll need to wipe a lot of sweat off the controller afterwards. Whoops. Very important to take care of these things. Short and sweet, it says. Not the way we play it. Yeah, no, the bottom release has just not been going lately. I don't know why we lost it so badly, but something about the bottom release just isn't quite where we need it to be right now. Nope, a little far out in that column, I could tell. Getting a little better, but we're starting to find it again, but distance-wise, I feel like we're not lined up where we need to go. Yeah, we're kind of leaning in and overshooting the shell a bit, I think, on the rebound. It's part of the issue. You need to really trust the column that you're in. That's a late release, overcompensating slightly. Yeah, I feel like fixing the bottom shell is actually more important than the top one right now, when it comes to consistency. We've been failing more on the bottom shells than the top ones, in many attempts now. It was very important to recognize that that was what was going on. After focusing on the top shell for so long. Well, gets a bit hypnotic after a while, I suppose. Yeah, some of the throws are really not going though, so we'll see once again like how well I'll hold up. But we got so close today, it is a clear opportunity to try to push at it while we have just enough stamina to maybe make it through one final level. It's an investment in future levels as well, I suppose, when it comes to just getting a bit more fluent with the doubles. But yeah, our timing has slipped quite a bit, though. Okay, that's slightly better. The thing about shell tech is that knowing what to fix is a big part of the battle. After learning it. It's 2. We've been doing 2 often in this section, in this session of attempts, but haven't really pushed past that very often, I think. So we're consistently mediocre this time around. But all it takes is one really good run. And some really good horizontal control as well, which we'll need to fix up. Anyway. Yeah, sometimes I can really appreciate the flexibility of this, in that, you know, you're not distracted by markers or something telling you what spot you should aim for. You can just kind of adjust intuitively, and that's something that I think is an important skill to develop. Just being able to visualize the jumps based on their own movements, the shell's own movements. Good height on that one. Nope. That one I knew would be a little bit off. The throw just didn't feel right. Anyway, not much to talk about. With the shells, anyway. Just the big piranha column to look forward to as we wait the discovery of how many chokes it will take to hit on target. You have to get there first. We've made it to the axe exactly once in terms of making it over to final column. We know this is close, it's coming. It's just not certain whether that will be today. It's a lot of repetition before we'll see that answered. the meantime, we'll have this double shell jump screensaver for everybody to look at. So it's just burned into your monitor. Like the flying toasters of yore. Whoops. If you folks know Psycho 103, who I raid sometimes because he's typically on a very frequent troll player, actually, Maker 2. His avatar is of the flying toaster from the After Dark screensaver in the 1990s. It's actually how I found his stream back when it was getting started a couple years ago. Very frequent raid target of ours because the times line up for that to happen. I think it's typically running trolls on weekends. That just came to mind just in conjunction with the flying toasters. Under a certain age or computing generation, I'm sure you have no idea what I'm talking about. Whoops. Okay. Over here. The best is when some of the jumps feel terrible, but they succeed anyway. Through some kind of miracle adjustment. That's what some of the ones in this attempt have felt like. Not getting me over column 4 that time, though. I think that's the best we've done with this series of attempts is over 3 columns. That's improving slightly. It's inching forward. Not quite there. Well, most of the death markers are concentrated on the first column. That's unsurprising. It's a big breakthrough just to make any double shell jump at all. Which, when we first started this, was not confidently the case. Now we're not so worried about the first jump. I mean, we still fail at it, but... like there. But it's not the one that feels like the roadblock. Oh. Well, one column at a time. Yeah, horizontal spacing isn't quite together for some of these right now. nor is straightening it out into the up throw, which we need to do more cautiously. And Auto Magic, welcome. Okay, let's see what else we can do here. Oh, look at that. Getting places almost. Probably shouldn't have said anything. But once again, another one past column 3. That's important. Straighten out this row. Yeah, you straighten out the up throw, it's much easier. Still need to get all the other landings, of course, but be a little bit patient with it. As long as you're not too far off from the column. Anyway, I guess we'll just keep pushing at it until something happens. But some of the throws have been going a little bit inconsistently again, so... We'll see. I said we'd put about, what, 20 minutes of attempts into this? We're progressing. Yeah, that was a bad throw. I didn't like that. We accidentally backed into that throw. And so it was completely in the wrong place. We're doing decently up until that point, and then that one up throw just placed a little too late. I was trying to adjust backwards. And that threw it way out of position for the next pickup. Totally non-transferable skill, of course. Kaizo levels just teach you how to play other Kaizo levels. They don't teach you anything about any other video game. But I suppose that's what makes Kaizo Mario such a very distinct niche and ecosystem. It's that it's full of stuff like that, you know, techniques that are just present here and nowhere else. I mean, I say that not having really played Kaizo-style ROM hacks for other games either. But this is something that interacts fairly specifically with the way that Mario item handling mechanics are designed, and so... well, we'll see. Lots of Kaizo-style ROM hack scenes exist, it's just... Super Mario World in particular just tends to predominate in the popular consciousness. And in terms of general literacy. Oops. But yeah, just one good solid attempt like what we saw earlier. That's all we need. Nope, too late on that one. I was kind of waiting to see who would make the right adjustment. And again, just losing on column 4. I think psychologically after 3 successes or so I start overcorrecting. Why it's important to just be in the zone and not second guess each column as you come to it. So yeah, many attempts reaching the left side of the column 4 this time around. But we need to do better. Even if we've come pretty far. Whoops. Well, it's a learning experience. Nope. We had something going rhythmically there, but once again, just as far as column 4. See, we've been kind of breaching that area often enough that it really feels like we're on our way there. It's just, will we be there quickly enough before my hands give out today? And that is uncertain. Okay, try this. Haven't really done any, data charting or anything of how our attempts have been going. It would be kind of interesting. I mean, I'm not going through my footage to do that, but just to model what the pace of improvement has been and see where the failure points are. We don't have hard data, just a subjective sense that I've gotten to column 4 many, many times. And lost it from there. No. Yeah, the lower release is kind of falling apart a bit again. Nope, bad release. I thought it was pointed the wrong way, we just kind of corrected the wrong way after that. Corrected too late. Not there yet, but we'll see. Once you reach the later columns, the 1-up chime becomes a more consistent cue as well. Or so we'd hope. That is kind of a small subjective change from how you perceive the early columns and the later ones. Just a change in sound effects. I think it does have a bit of a psychological effect. Deep down. Unless you're playing muted, of course. But I feel like the kind of click of jumping on the shells is pretty essential sometimes to sensing where you are. Yeah, not quite there. The lower release has just been too inconsistent. I am trying to correct, but we often overcorrect. That's been a prevailing issue. Nope, missed a catch. That's too bad because that position actually looked pretty good. It's just that we bunched up too close to the column after the up throw. Okay, starting to cramp up a little bit here. We'll see if we can get it soon, because if it's not soon, it's not happening. On one hand, we've reached column 4 many times. On the other hand, that's still 2 columns away, and we just haven't been able to breach that in this series of runs. Despite how well we were doing earlier today. There's 2. 3. Almost. Tight corner there. Almost got over 4. The shells were actually fine that time. That came in a bit low, though. That's an improvement. After all this time. Yeah, bottom's falling out on us again every now and then. We just need to find it. Late. Once again on the bottom shell. too far forward. Yeah, so best attempt this session has been basically tripping over the top of column 4. I wonder what my hit rate on each of the individual doubles even is. I mean, it's improved, but you would be able to use that to kind of model a prediction of the conditional probability of getting over each column, and I wonder how closely we've been tracking that. In terms of how often we are losing on column n, say, and you know how much that tracks our shell probability to the power of n. If that makes any sense. Again, I'm not going to go over my videos to see that and count the numbers, but might be interesting if anybody were truly obsessive enough to want to chart that. The way that people do sometimes with advanced statistics in sports. No. Bad throw on the bottom, once again. Yeah, it's the bottom throw that's killing us. Late. Well, knowing the problem is one thing, fixing it is quite different. Nope, I knew that was not going to go. Way too far from the column for that release. This is so much shell jumping. I mean, not by serious Kaizo standards, I suppose. It's practically a trainer level, but it's the kind that will make you see shells in your sleep. All these buzzy beetles here to do just one job. One thing in life. Whoops. Serve as a momentarily convenient platform. Okay, top shell is starting to fail a bit. Might be a reaction time thing. Might just be a sign that we're seeing some decay in our attempts. Column 1 shouldn't be this much of a problem. We're starting to see different points of failure, basically, as we go now. It'll come together at some point, I'm sure, but some of these jumps really don't feel like they should be successful, and they are, so sometimes you need a few bounces like that to be on your side when you don't think they're going to work out, and maybe the best attempts will look like that there's a bit of sloppiness where you're saved by the very fortunate alignment of circumstances anyway. Rather than just having everything come out clean. Always satisfying to get tons of height out of these, though. That's to clear. Had to go silent for the rest of that attempt there because I kind of felt like that could go. Like there was a moment when I thought, okay, this could work. We are 7 seconds behind the world record, and you bet I'm not chasing that. Very fortunate that I'm not, I don't know, playing a piano concert or something tomorrow, because fingers need a break after something like that. Need to do a little bit of stretching, need to wash my hands, towel off the controller, enjoy the check mark while it lasts, dread whatever Kevin Light Blue Yoshi is going to besiege me with next. But I'm sure you got a clip of it anyway. I'm going to suppose that it wasn't a very talkative clip because we just kind of quieted down near the end to hope it would work and not choke too much, but wow. Finally got it, finally joined the ranks of, other people who streamed this game properly. Great players here, by the way. I thought Sugar Falcon momentarily retired and then he suddenly just came back after about a week, which is on brand for a lot of people who do stream lots of Mario Maker. Zero Planes, of course, we've known him a long time. Great player. Does mostly Endless and Uncleared nowadays, and then, yeah. And Dan, of course, and a lot of other people that we recognize. I'm amazed Hannah Bart's still around and active, actually. It seemed like she disappeared for a while. And then, of course, Megad, who was here earlier, and other people that we're not really stopping to note. But we're in good company, actually, with some other people that are recognized as makers who have come here before as well, of course, and high-precision players like Alt Wolf and such. And, yeah, Red Knight, Aura, Tanuki Dan, etc. Loop Hazard, lots of familiar names. And Chess was here much earlier, giving us the big raid today. And given how far down he is on this list, I'm not surprised that maybe he forgot he had cleared this, because for him it was, I don't know, Tuesday. But I feel like we've kind of earned our stripes when it comes to a certain degree of Mario Maker streaming today. And Kevin, you're saying you almost passed out? Well, I mean, think of how I felt. But you got the clip. I got the clear. Fair is fair, and everybody goes home happy. And yeah, we're going to need a little bit of recovery from this. Good thing I'm playing a turn-based game the rest of the week. Anyway, speaking of which, we're going to pass on to Raid now. This is far too much Mario Maker for one day, and far too much shelling in particular. But hey, we got through it. It took me about a month or so of repeated submissions, week after week, but Double Shell Jump Castle is down. So I'm going to scan around to see if we have somebody really compelling to pass you folks on to. And if not, we'll just have to pick somebody who's not compelling. But that never happens. We're going to send you somewhere good. And until then, like I said, we are back later this week to finish up SteamWorld Heist 2, where we are in the final zone. It's been an excellent game so far, especially if you have any interest in turn-based tactics. We've just had a glorious time with it. For now, though, we're going to pass you on somewhere else. Thanks for watching. Is this the first double shell level I've ever cleared? I've cleared levels that have like maybe one double shell jump in there somewhere, but in terms of a level that is about double shell jumps to this extent, yeah, I'd say so. But yeah, I'm glad we stuck through it. We're probably not going to do that again. But we're going to take the win. Thank you so much, and until we meet again, Mario Maker will almost certainly be back next week. We'll be doing other games midweek in the meantime. And thanks once again for all of the makers who dropped by today and gave me such variety and, in many cases, such quality. And above all, enjoy whatever it is you may be making or playing. And the rest of your weekend, a long weekend for many people. And above all, fare thee well.